Chapter 41-26. The teleportation formation was built by fellow Daoist Green Robe. This Xiao can be considered to have nothing to do now. Since that's the case, this Xiao might as well make a trip. Either way, I can also snatch some souls from the devil's mouth. It can be considered as killing two birds with one stone. Xiao Hua made up his mind and sent back the transmission talisman. After identifying the direction slightly, he released the Netherworld origin power and flew towards the direction indicated by the transmission talisman. After flying for more than 10 days, he saw that the originally undulating mountain range had gradually turned into sheer cliffs and precipitous cliffs. Huge cracks were deeply carved on the ground. The cracks here were radial, as if a large hand was pulling the ground apart. There was not a single plant on the cliffs in those cracks, not even the commonly seen green moss could be seen. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and only saw a kind of huge green rock. This huge rock was exposed in the air. There were strange scratches on it, like a folded sticky cake. Xiao Hua's figure stopped on top of a cliff and released the Netherworld origin power again. Whoa! A strange whirlwind was born from Xiao Hua's body and spun towards the distance. Following this whirlwind, wandering souls flocked into the dark side of Xiao Hua's space like a swarm of bees. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had collected no less than several tens of thousands of wandering souls. It's a bit troublesome. Xiao Hua stopped. At the same time he identified the direction. He thought to himself, along the way, the number of wandering souls of the human race has increased, and the number of souls of the devil race has also decreased. Now that I'm close to the two sects, I can't even see the souls of the devil race. In other words, these two sects might have already been annihilated by the devil race. However, if these two sects were annihilated by the devil race should have retreated long ago. It's impossible for those disciples who came to scout not to return. Furthermore, since the devil race's devil emperor wants to collect the souls of the human race in the ruins, why didn't they make a move on the hundreds of thousands of souls in the southwest border? Why did they have to wait until the last moment to collect them all together? Could it be that they want to use so many souls to refine the devil artifact at the same time? Just as he was thinking, whoo! A gust of wind whistled from afar, blowing on the rock under Xiao Hua's feet and releasing an even more horrifying sound. Furthermore, as the wind blew past, the rocks within 1,000 li to the left of Xiao Hua also released this kind of sound. These sounds gathered together, formed a chaotic fluctuation. These fluctuations not only attacked Xiao Hua's Naiwen Palace, they also directly shook Xiao Hua's mysterious dark cloud. A green light flickered between Xiao Hua's eyebrows as he urged his soul cultivation technique to block these fluctuations. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel aghast in his heart. Granny, Sun Jian's messaging talisman did mention the dangers of the southwest border, but this Xiao still underestimated this danger. No wonder Sun Jian didn't dare to send any more disciples here. This natural attack is comparable to a soul cultivation secret technique. How could an ordinary cultivator withstand it? Whoa! Another gust of wind that was twice as loud as the previous one came out. Xiao Hua hastily raised his head, only to see that in front of him, there was a gloomy coldness that pressed down on the sky for thousands of li. That gloomy coldness was full of killing intent. The chaotic fluctuations were even more like 10,000 waves crashing over. Although Xiao Hua's head was flashing with a green light, outside his mysterious dark cloud, there was still a violent impact that was like thunder. That's not right. Although Snow Chop School and Yong and Mountain are in dangerous terrain, if they were attacked by this kind of impact, how could their disciples still survive? Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered, but after a moment, he woke up. Oh no, there's no need to say any more. This Xiao is lost again. Seeing that the indescribably terrifying storm was about to hit, Xiao Hua knew that this heavenly might was absolutely not something that could be resisted by human strength. He hastily urged the wind escape technique to flee into the distance. After fleeing for a few more days, the storm finally lessened, and sunlight began to appear in the cold sky. Looking at the 3 weak orange-like suns gradually setting in the sky, and then looking at the mountain peaks below him that were getting fewer and fewer, and the ravines that were getting deeper and deeper, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "It seems that this Xiao accidentally found the right direction." After saying that, Xiaohua rested for a moment, released his divine sense, and urged the lightning escape technique to rush towards the place where the suns were setting. In just half an hour, seeing that the 3 suns were about to set, Xiaohua arrived at a very wonderful place. The earth seemed to have come to an end here. Broken cliffs appeared below Xiaohua. In front of the cliffs, there was an empty space. Vaguely, hundreds of miles away, there were huge rocks floating in the air. Above the earth, a huge cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge protruded from a broken cliff, and it was dozens of li long. The 3 suns were setting in the distance of the cliff, and they looked like 3 red balls rolling on a bridge. Below the bridge, there was a green void, and in that void, the outline of a group of stars was faintly visible. Xiaohua understood that as long as the 3 red suns set, a bright starry sky would be born under this cliff, and it would be born under his feet. This is Yong'an Mountain. Xiaohua looked at this beautiful scenery in a daze, and whispered, if it was Snow/Gate, it wouldn't be a rainbow bridge protruding out of the earth, but a cliff that seems to have been cut off by a knife. Snow/Gate and Yong'an Mountain built their sects in such a dangerous place, so it is naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, this cliff is so strange, even this Xiao's divine sense is disturbed by the fluctuations outside the cliff, and I can't see the situation inside the cliff. Looking at the unusually quiet Yong'an Mountain, he felt a little strange. Why don't I see the Demon Clan's demon array? Not to mention the Demon Clan siege. It seems that I can only fly over and take a look. Finished thinking, Xiaohua's figure fell towards the cliff, but after falling for more than 100 zhang, a very strange whirlpool suddenly appeared under Xiaohua's feet, as if it wanted to drag him into the void. Xiaohua was shocked, and lightning surged around his body, and his figure rapidly rose. And as Xiaohua's figure rose, that whirlpool disappeared again. Xiaohua helplessly flew towards the distance for a moment, and then landed again. As he expected, when his figure fell to a certain height, that whirlpool appeared again. Alas, I'm afraid this is the natural barrier of Yong'an Mountain. Xiaohua sighed, looked at the left, and thought to himself, only by walking out of the cliff will it be safe. No wonder the discussion hall and Sun Jian didn't dare to come to rescue me. Thinking, Xiaohua flew towards the large area, and prepared to walk over from the cliff. However, right before he flew to the cliff, the 3 red suns behind him completely sunk into the ground. However, in the extreme distance to Xiaohua's right, there was still a ray of sunlight that stubbornly shone on the cliff. That bright red color seemed to be quite pleasing. Xiaohua's figure stopped in midair, slightly stunned, and turned his head to look at the location of the setting sun in puzzlement. That place was already dark, and the 3 suns had already disappeared. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiaohua thought of something, and his figure rapidly rose. Sure enough, as Xiaohua rushed to the sky, the setting sun appeared again in the distance among the shattered rocks. Damn it, this Xiao understands now. Only when a strong wind appeared above Xiaohua's head, blowing Xiaohua's body to the point of pain, did Xiaohua stop. His eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and he secretly shouted, "This place is where this Xiao saw the torn gap in the ruins when the transportation formation collapsed. No wonder there are strong winds and strange fluctuations here, these should exist in the starry sky. Moreover, the ruins is a planet in the upper realm, and it is originally circular. These 3 suns rise in the east and set in the west, and they won't fall below the ground. As long as you fly towards the location where the suns fall, you will always be able to see the suns. If you fly one round around this planet, you should be able to see the sunrise of the second day. The hidden immortal continent and the dawn rain continent are a piece of land, and the sun's rise in the east and set in the west must have fallen below the ground. No, no. The hidden immortal continent and the dawn rain continent might not be a piece of land, and they might also be huge planets. It's just that they are too huge, and even Tribulation Transcendence cultivators can't fly faster than the speed at which the sun set. Otherwise, how could Confucian cultivators have the legend of Kwa Fu chasing the sun? After comprehending this point, Xiaohua seemed to have been enlightened. Previously, Heavenly Tao Xiaohua had imparted to him a lot of comprehensions, and the areas that he couldn't understand before were now easily comprehended. Even the starry sky within the space was rumbling, and not only was the starlight shining brightly, but the Xinhua continent was violently expanding once again, of course. Xiaohua's figure flashed 9 times in midair, and then stopped. Xiaohua pinched his chin and smiled. This Xiao Xinhua continent and the continent on the yin side of the space are also continents. The hidden immortal continent and the 3 continents might also be continents. But the fact that the ruins are planets is real, and there are also many planets in the upper realms cultivation world, and this is also real. This world may be continents or planets, and there might be other forms. Isn't the wonder of heaven and earth here? If this Xiao didn't accidentally fall into the ruins, how could I comprehend the profound meaning of the space law so easily? How could I comprehend the minute details of the time law? Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly, and his figure rapidly descended. When his feet touched the ground, he looked at the Yong'an mountain in the distance, which was already shrouded by the curtain of night. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked over. However, just as he walked out of the cliff, a faint brilliance emerged from the mountain rocks, and then an obscure fluctuation rushed to the other side of the cliff like lightning. Xiaohua only raised his eyelids slightly to take a look, but he didn't stop walking. He knew that this was the restriction of the Yong'an mountain, and if someone broke in, it would definitely send a warning to the sect. Sure enough, after walking for another 100 feet, a voice came from the front. Which fellow Taoist has come to my Yong'an mountain? Please report your name. Xiaohua smiled and stopped, and calmly said, I, Xiaohua of the Fortune Gate, am here to pay my respects to the Yong'an mountain sect master. Oh, so it's Senior Xiao. Please wait a moment, this junior will release the restriction and invite Senior in. That voice didn't sound particularly respectful. Chapter 41-27. After the disciple finished speaking, he saw 100 or so feet in front of Xiaohua. Shua. Like a flash of water, hundreds of light blue sparks appeared out of thin air and then exploded at the same time. After a series of crackling sounds, hundreds of beehive-like flying boats appeared in the air. On each flying boat stood 2 human cultivators wearing black armor and holding magic treasures. The black armor didn't have any brilliance and looked like it was refined from wood vines. The armor covered the cultivators' heads and faces, making it impossible to see their appearance. The first flying boat landed in front of Xiaohua, and a tall cultivator flew down from it. He bowed and said, Junior Ding Hong, the guard of Yong'an Mountain, greets Senior Xiao. Xiaohua waved his hand and helped Ding Hong up. He asked, this Xiao heard that the devil race besieged the Yong'an mountain. Why is there no trace of the devil race here? Senior, please no. Ding Hong respectfully replied, several years ago, the devil race besieged the Yong'an mountain. However, under the tenacious resistance of the disciples, the devil race didn't succeed. Later on, a large-scale star tide occurred near the Yong'an mountain. The disciples of the Yong'an mountain were lucky enough to escape by hiding in the mountain protecting formation. However, the devil race was killed by the star tide. After the star tide passed, the devil race retreated. That's strange. Xiaohua curiously asked, since the Yong'an mountain has been rescued, why didn't they send the news to the conference hall? Under the star tide, the Yong'an mountain sect protecting formation was smashed into pieces. The other restrictions, including the transmission array, were completely destroyed. The news of the Yong'an mountain couldn't be sent out. Ding Hong replied neither arrogantly nor humbly. Moreover, the Yong'an mountain can't enter the conference hall. Why would the conference hall care about the safety of the Yong'an mountain? Thinking about the conference hall's attitude towards the 10 sects in the southwest, Xiaohua knew that Ding Hong was right. However, he still asked, but recently, not only the conference hall, even my fortune gate has sent some disciples to investigate. Why didn't I receive any news from the Yong'an mountain? Oh. There's such a thing. Ding Hong was obviously surprised to hear this for the first time. He replied, this junior has only been on guard duty for a few months. There are also shifts during this period. This junior doesn't know what senior is talking about. Forgive junior for not being able to answer. Where's your sect master? Xiaohua asked as he looked at the dense palaces on the cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge after the restriction was removed in the distance. Ding Hong looked at Xiaohua and smiled apologetically. To be honest, Junior has never heard of the Fortune Gate, but since Senior is concerned about my Eternal Peace Mountain and is a human cultivator, Junior removed the restriction. However, if Senior wishes to meet with my sect master, I would like to ask Senior to take out your nameplate, or a token from the conference hall. Xiaohua nodded, took out a jade slip, wrote something on it, and handed it to Ding Hong with a smile. I came here in a hurry, so I didn't get the assembly hall's token. Moreover, I'm not a cultivator of the ruins, so I don't have any nameplates. This is the message this old man left for your sect master. Take it to your sect master. I'm sure he'll meet this old man after reading it. Yes, I understand. Ding Hong took the jade slip, but didn't look at it. He waved his hand and took out a wooden object that looked like a flying sword. He placed the jade slip inside and turned to a disciple behind him, instructing, take this to 7th Marshal Uncle. Yes. That disciple took it and drove the flying boat away. After half a cup of tea's time, that disciple drove the flying boat back and respectfully saluted Xiaohua. Senior Xiao, my sect master has a favor to meet you. Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, your sect master is quite arrogant. I wouldn't dare. Ding Hong hurriedly explained, my sect master was seriously injured in the battle with the devil race. He can't walk, so he can't welcome you from afar, so I hope Senior Xiao can understand. What injury? He hasn't recovered after so long. Xiaohua asked curiously. This. Ding Hong hesitated and smiled apologetically, forgive Junior for not being able to disclose. Senior should ask my sect master face to face. And, lead the way. Xiaohua nodded, perhaps this old man can take a look at your sect master's injury. Very good, Senior, please. Ding Hong slightly leaned to the side and motioned Xiaohua to get on the flying boat, explaining, the restrictions of my Yong'an mountain are quite powerful. If you don't take the flying boat, it will be a bit troublesome. Of course, with Senior's cultivation, you may not care about this, but in order to not destroy the restrictions, I ask Senior to take the flying boat. Okay. Xiaohua didn't make things difficult for Ding Hong and agreed, his figure floating on the flying boat. When Xiaohua landed on the flying boat actually sank slightly, as if Xiaohua's figure was extremely heavy. Ding Hong was stunned for a moment, then respectfully said, Senior, please sit, Junior will send Senior in. Along the way, there are many restrictions in my Yong'an mountain. Although many of them are being repaired, their power is not small. Let's go. Xiaohua laughed, if this old man can't even deal with this, how could this old man dare to come to Yong'an mountain? Ding Hong somewhat awkwardly replied, "Senior must be joking. Myongin Mountain may be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den for the demon race, but how could it be possible for the cultivators of the human race?" While speaking, Ding Hong activated the flying boat. The flying boats of the other disciples were hidden in the air, but a faint aurora-like dazzling light was emitted from the flying boat. Wherever the flying boat passed, strange fluctuations would appear one after another. There were even a few times when an extremely powerful magnetic force rushed out from the cliff. The magnetic force was like a big colorful tiger, roaring and pouncing towards Xiaohua. However, before Xiaohua's face could change, a green cloud immediately appeared above the flying boat. When the magnetic force fell on the cloud, it slowly turned into nothingness. Of course, these clouds couldn't completely eliminate the sharp magnetic force. Some of the magnetic force still broke through the flying boat's defense and fell on Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and the magnetic force actually pierced through the brilliance. "Senior." After doing this several times, Ding Hong's face couldn't help but smile apologetically. These defenses were originally controllable, but because of the siege of the demon race and the destruction of the star tide, some of the defensive arrays have already lost their effectiveness. "Please forgive me, Senior." "It's okay." Xiaohua waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly, flashing brilliance, brushing away the magnetic force. He smiled. No wonder fellow Taoists said that although Yong'an Mountain was besieged by the demon race, it would definitely be fine. With this magnetic force, even the demon race would be defeated. In this aspect, Myong'an Mountain has some unique conditions. Ding Hong saw that Xiaohua didn't blame him, so he also smiled and replied. Xiaohua looked at his feet and asked curiously, "Your flying boat of Yong'an Mountain is strange. What material is it made of? It's actually not afraid of the magnetic force?" "Senior, please no." Ding Hong didn't hide it and explained, "This flying boat is made of Yong'an Mountain specialty, the nightbreaker wood. This nightbreaker wood grows day and night in the polar magnetic field, and the wood grain has developed natural runes. These runes have the effect of using and avoiding the polar magnetic field. And my Yong'an Mountain has also inherited the use of the polar magnetic field secret technique, so we also set up a secret array inside the flying boat, so this flying boat can pass through the polar magnetic field without attracting the polar magnetic field. If Senior were to fly outside the flying boat at this time, the natural polar magnetic field would have already attacked Senior. So..." Xiaohua looked at the beehive-like flying boat and said with a smile, "The strange appearance of this flying boat is also to avoid the polar magnetic field, right? Senior's eyes are really sharp." Ding Hong gave a thumbs up and said, "This beehive naturally has 6 edges, which coincides with the array of my Yong'an Mountain, so..." At this point, Ding Hong realized that he had misspoken, so he hurriedly stopped and said with a smile, "This matter involves the secrets of the sect, so it's inconvenient for Junior to say more. Senior, please ask the sect master." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded, then looked to the left and asked, "This magnetic force is very powerful, this old man's divine sense can't be released too far. Could it be that your Yong'an Mountain's disciples are all hidden in the array?" "Yes." Ding Hong said with a smile, "The polar magnetic field is a natural barrier, my Yong'an Mountain's disciples are all hidden behind the polar magnetic field, but in a while, Senior will be able to see my Yong'an Mountain's disciples." While speaking, there were many remnant magnetic force flying out from the space. Xiaohua was also used to it. He knew that the closer he got to the core of Yong'an Mountain, the more array would be destroyed. Seeing that the flying boat had flown halfway, another faint magnetic force rushed out and fell like a waterfall. The flying boat flew out of the clouds and was blocked, and similarly, an even fainter remnant fell into the flying boat. Xiaohua glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it. However, when the faintly discernible magnetic force was less than half a foot away from Xiao Hua, Hong, a loud sound was heard, and the entire flying boat roared. Then, the clouds of the flying boat rushed out crazily, and the moment the remnant magnetic force came into contact with the clouds, it suddenly changed. The light curtain was more than 10 times stronger than before, and the flying boat outside the clouds also made a wang-wang sound. The 6 magnetic forces echoed the previous magnetic force and slashed towards Xiao Hua's head. Ha ha ha. Ding Hong's figure suddenly dimmed, and like a ghost, he quickly disappeared. His laughter was extremely mocking, however, he only laughed halfway, and immediately, like a duck that had its throat grabbed, he made a quack quack sound and couldn't laugh anymore. Moreover, his half-disappeared figure also stopped in the void, and gradually revealed itself. Gotcha! At this time, the 6 magnetic forces were already closing in. Xiao Hua's body flashed with intense lightning as hundreds of electric arcs rushed out, blocking the magnetic forces. Amidst the intense rumbling, the 6 magnetic forces only managed to cut down 60% of the electric arcs before disappearing completely. How did you find out? Seeing this, how could Ding Hong not know that Xiao Hua had already discovered the abnormality? His hands and feet struggled futilely in the air, and he screamed with extreme unwillingness. Chapter 41-28. You're just a group of lifeless walking corpses. Do you think this old man can't see through you? Even if you can exaggerate, you're still just a demon general. What kind of scheme are you trying to play in front of this old man? Xiao Hua sneered, his index and middle fingers joined together, and with a slight slash, a sword light flashed, and with a crackling sound, Ding Hong's armor was split open from head to toe, and a zombie with a pale face was revealed from inside the armor. This zombie's skin was ashen, his eyes were black, and strange demon patterns covered his entire body. His bare chest was still slightly beating, but when the armor was split open, it had already calmed down. So what if you found out? Ding Hong seemed to be out of breath. He opened his mouth, which was filled with blood, and his tongue was swollen. He said in a somewhat inarticulate voice, after entering Yong'an Mountain, you will be a member of my demon clan. My demon lord will immediately turn you into a zombie. As Ding Hong's voice fell, a series of rumbling noises that were even denser than the beating of a drum resounded in the space around Xiao Hua. After every rumbling noise, a large greenish-purple ball of light would appear in the air. In just a moment, several thousand light balls had filled up the entire space. Within the greenish-purple ball of light, the greenish-purple magnetic force entangled with the purple magnetic force, emitting crackling noises. Outside the ball of light, a layer of space was leaking out from the magnetic force, causing fine spatial cracks to appear. In fact, amidst the rumbling, tens of thousands of humanoid figures were revealed behind these greenish-purple balls of light. These tens of thousands of human figures were not wearing armor, and each and every one of them was in the form of a zombie like Ding Hong. Moreover, their eyes were lifeless, and their robes were stained with black and red blood. Alas, needless to say, these must be the corpses of Yong'an Mountain's disciples. Xiao Hua sighed. After death, they were used by the demon race. Sure enough, with the appearance of these zombies, the zombies raised their hands, and strange magical power gushed out from their bodies. Those purple light balls emitted an even more dazzling brilliance, and these brilliances overflowed from the light balls like tentacles, and the green brilliance and purple brilliance of each light ball gradually connected together. These Yong'an Mountain's disciples seem to have their souls extinguished. Xiao Hua slightly frowned. It's just that there's no vitality in their bodies. Even if the demon race is exterminated, there's no value in keeping them. Gidge. A very strange laughter resounded in the surroundings, and then a naked beautiful woman flew out from the palace of Yong'an Mountain. Although this woman's figure was graceful, and her body emitted a pink halo, the moment she appeared, all the zombies issued a low growl from their throats, and the formation was somewhat messy. It's just a demon monarch. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the woman's body. The woman's figure seemed to be transparent. Xiaohua said and waved his 2 fingers again. A sword light appeared out of thin air. Pooh! A sound like silk being torn apart rang out. Ding Hong's zombie was split in half. However, even so, no blood or internal organs fell out of the zombie, and the 2 halves of the zombie were still waving their hands and feet. Puff! Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a samadhi true fire flew out and landed on the 2 halves of the zombie. GGA. Ding Hong's zombie was still screaming miserably, but in a few breaths of time, it fell into the air and turned into dust. Daoist Xiao is indeed powerful. That beautiful woman smiled slightly, and within 100 li, fist-sized flower petals appeared. Those flower petals fell down and gave off light, and the group of zombies couldn't help but clamor again, but the beautiful woman said, "You're actually proficient in Samadhi True Fire. That's out of my expectations." Hee, you're the sect master of Yong'an Mountain? Xiaohua smiled, and looked up and down, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Your appearance is really not bad. It's also out of this old man's expectations." That beautiful woman nodded and looked, then stretched out her hands to lovingly touch her own bump, and said enviously, "This old man is indeed envious of you humans, having such a beautiful body, but unfortunately, you don't know how to take care of it. Why don't you let my devil race take it? The devil race is the devil race, and the human race is the human race." Xiaohua replied indifferently, "If the devil race takes over the human body, is it still the devil race? If the devil race takes over the human body, is it still the human race?" Gidge. That beautiful woman smiled beautifully, "Isn't it like this now? Zhong Lingxiu doesn't need to cultivate anymore, and she has endless life, and this old man doesn't need to wander around anymore, and also has such a beautiful body. Forget it." Xiaohua sighed, "Seeing you, this old man also knows why all the cultivators sent here never returned. This old man doesn't want to hear anything else." As he spoke, Xiaohua's aura was like a rainbow, and a thunderous roar surged out from him. You actually don't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex." That beautiful woman obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to make a move just like that, and actually wasn't seduced by her beauty. Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly, "This old man just walked out of the heavenly demon's fantasy land, and your cultivation isn't even worthy of carrying the heavenly demon's shoes." Heavenly demon. The gorgeous woman turned pale with fright. Seeing the thunderbolts around Xiaohua's body rushing in all directions, she smiled coldly and stretched out both of her hands. Boom! Following her hands, all of the zombies urged their transcendence energy. Boom boom! Thousands of light balls suddenly exploded. Except for the outer layer of the 100 or so polar magnetic rays that rushed into the sky, all of the other purple-colored magnetic rays entangled together and fell towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's thunderbolts that soared into the sky were instantly cleaved clean by this unparalleled magnetic force. Hee. Xiaohua sneered, and rubbed his hands, and rays of crystal light fell into the void. Rumble. The space within hundreds of miles shook violently, and bubbles appeared in the void. Countless electric arcs flew out from the bubbles, and it was as if dragons were fighting with the extreme magnetic rays. On the entire Yong'an Mountain, it was quite lively with fireworks. Damn it! Seeing Xiaohua so powerful, the beautiful woman couldn't help but curse, and then she opened her mouth again, and said something, and an obscure sound fell in the air. Paw paw paw. But after every light ball, a zombie exploded, and after the explosion, a faint blood color rushed into the light ball. Swish! Inside the light ball, the purple and green extreme magnetic rays made a hissing sound, and then in the blood color, they actually condensed together. Woo! Following the fusion of the two different colored extreme magnetic rays, the roar and power in the entire sky suddenly became several times more accurate. Under the extreme magnetic rays, Xiaohua's thunder was actually dissipated, and even more extreme magnetic rays bypassed the thunder, passing through the void to attack Xiaohua. Hee hee. Xiaohua raised his hand, and was about to take out the sword gourd, but suddenly, the cliffs around Yong and Mountain suddenly emitted bright sparks, and a sound that was even more ear-piercing than the sound of thunder was produced. In the starry sky, like flying fish in the sea, there were many arcs of light, and these arcs of light completely enveloped the entire Yong and Mountain, and within thousands of miles, there was a suffocating aura. Oh! Seeing this, Xiaohua retracted his hand, and with a backhand slap, it really landed on his head. Puff! Clouds of 5-colored true qi gushed out, and turned into silk to protect Xiaohua. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Like the sound of rain hitting a banana leaf, the magnetic force fell into the clouds, striking a thumb-sized dent, and then disappeared. Even if the magnetic force was like a waterfall, the clouds would only be split, but the 5-colored true qi within the clouds was endless, growing and multiplying endlessly. In front of this true qi that represented the power of life, the extremely powerful magnetic force was also defeated little by little. What kind of divine ability is this? The beautiful woman stood outside the extreme magnetic rays, and felt the power of life that was innately incompatible with her innate divine ability, and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero, although I fell into the netherworld, I was unwilling to pass. Xiaohua chanted, "How can you demons know the vitality of my human race? How can you demons touch the integrity of my human race? Demons are demons, humans are humans. Since there are no longer any living people in Yong and Mountain, the so-called siege of the demon race is just you, a demon monarch. Why should this old man waste time with you?" After saying this, Xiaohua raised his hand, and a golden light flew out of his Taoist robe, and the soaring dragon scissors turned into a golden dragon that pounced on the witch. How do you know that there is only me in Yong and Mountain? Are you not afraid of hurting the humans of Yong and Mountain? The beautiful woman was shocked again. She controlled the entire Yong and Mountain with the power of a demon monarch, and for several years, nothing was leaked. Even the cultivators who entered Yong and Mountain to investigate were confused by the scene on the surface of Yong and Mountain, and all of them fell into her evil hands. But Xiaohua, in the time it took to eat a meal, unexpectedly saw through her tricks. How could she not be surprised? While the beautiful woman was shocked, she waved her hands again and again, and blood-red devil qi fell into the air, and then from the void, groups of Yong and Mountain disciples rushed out, and each of them waved their magic weapons, blocking in front of the beautiful woman. Whoosh! The soaring dragon scissors cut through the sky, not only cutting some of the extreme magnetic rays, but also cutting those zombie disciples in two. However, these zombies were the same as Ding Hong's corpse. Even though they were cut in two, they were still struggling in midair. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly. This old man sees the mortal world with his wisdom. This mountain is full of monsters. How can this old man not see it? After saying this, Xiaohua raised his hand, and with a buzzing sound, a sword light appeared in his hand, and then the sword light soared into the sky, and with a whoosh, it turned into 1,000 feet long rainbow that fell down. Damn it! Seeing Xiaohua's endless tricks, and their power was great, the beautiful woman bit her lips, and then opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. The dirty blood fell into the air, and immediately turned into a huge demon body. This demon body was full of blood, and streams of blood seeped out from the void and fell into the demon body. The demon body raised its hand and grabbed, and within 100 miles, layers of blood flowers were born, and a powerful restriction was tightly locked from the outside. Wasn't this the blood drop paradise that Xiaohua was familiar with? Chapter 41-29. Humph, you're just showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. Xiaohua sneered and simply ignored the blood drop heavenly grotto. He still controlled the flying sword to descend. The sword was filled with an awe-inspiring aura. Wherever it landed, all of the evil energy would turn into ashes. All of the zombies would also be turned into dust. The so-called blood drop heavenly grotto was like a dark night being pierced by light. The flying sword went straight for the blood devil's body. Boom! The flying sword fell. Not only did layers of inscriptions rush out, it was like a warrior facing death unflinchingly fell into the devil chi. Even the sword tip pierced through the blood demon. As soon as the blood demon's imprisonment was broken, the blood demon's body was cut into two halves by the sword light. Not only that, the flying sword's tip pierced through the gorgeous woman's arm and cut off her left arm. How is this possible? Seeing the flying sword so sharp, the gorgeous woman turned pale with fright again. Your flying sword is actually not afraid of the devil chi. Swish. Xiaohua did not speak. What answered her was the soaring dragon shears. The golden light borrowed the sword light and cut the gorgeous woman in half. However, even though the gorgeous woman was cut into three parts, whether it was her upper body, lower body, or even her left arm, they were all moving freely. Except for the splendor that prevented the devil chi from healing, there was no other change at all. Puff! Xiaohua opened his mouth and a samadhi true fire flew out in the shape of a phoenix. It whistled and pounced on the gorgeous woman. Wherever the samadhi true fire passed, the zombies around 100 feet away were all turned into powder, and the magnetic force controlled by these zombies also turned into nothingness. Kill, kill, kill. The gorgeous woman tried her best to heal the body she was so proud of. At the same time, she urged more zombies of Yong'an Mountain to rush out and attack Xiaohua. It seemed that she did not care about Xiaohua's samadhi true fire. Tens of thousands of Yong'an Mountain disciples rushed out and attacked Xiaohua with the help of Yong'an Mountain's magnetic force. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua felt that it was strenuous. Granny, this devil clan is really weird. Xiaohua was hiding inside the five-colored true chi. Watching the five-colored true chi being attacked by the several tens of thousands of disciples using their magic treasures, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He actually used his own strength to capture Yong'an Mountain. Moreover, he even controlled all the disciples of Yong'an Mountain. Although that Ding Hong from before seemed to have the strength of a devil general, he was most likely just a clone of this devil. If we want to kill all of these Eternal Peace Mountain's disciples, our Fortune Gate's disciples will have to suffer a lot. While Xiaohua was thinking, the samadhi true fire had already arrived in front of the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman smiled coldly and opened her mouth again. Another blood demon flew out, revealing a sinister smile as it pounced towards the samadhi true fire. Sizzle. There was a sound like water falling into a pot of oil. More than half of the phoenix formed by the samadhi true fire was destroyed. However, just as the gorgeous woman's contemptuous gaze shifted away from the true samadhi fire, she saw the extinguished phoenix let out a faint mournful cry, as if it was reborn from blood. Its broken body rushed past the blood demon and pounced in front of the gorgeous woman. Not good. Seeing that the blood demon's body was silently pierced through by the fire phoenix, the gorgeous woman turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, the remaining samadhi true fire had already flown out from the samadhi true fire and completely enveloped the gorgeous woman. Even though she hurriedly dismembered her body and fell into the void, the samadhi true fire still entered the void and set her body ablaze. What kind of fire is this? The gorgeous woman's body emitted a blood-red light as she tried to extinguish the Samadhi true fire. Unfortunately, the blood-red light also began to burn inside the Samadhi true fire. The gorgeous woman screamed and roared. She really regretted not running away the moment she saw Xiao Hua's jade slip. Ao. The gorgeous woman's body was gradually burned away by the Samadhi true fire, and an almost inhuman demonic figure appeared from the Samadhi true fire. That demonic figure was still howling madly, Xiao Hua, even if you kill me, you will absolutely not be able to escape the annihilation of the magnetic storm. This is the Eternal Peace Mountain's last resort to perish together with the enemy. Even if the several 100,000 disciples of the Shindao sect came, they would still be annihilated. Seeing that the demonic figure was still being burned by the Samadhi true fire, Xiao Hua smiled coldly. He raised his hand and took out the sword gourd from his bosom. He said, "Just let yourself be burned quietly. I'll let you have a taste of 10,000 flames drilling into your heart. As for the ending of this old man in the Eternal Peace Mountain, you don't have to worry about it." Xiao Hua took out the sword gourd and raised his eyes to look at the sky. He saw that within the range of a few thousand li, the arcs of light that were previously leaping in the night sky had now transformed into a magnetic storm that was several hundred zhang tall. These magnetic storm covered the entire night sky. Not only did it block all the qi of heaven and earth, it also blocked Xiao Hua's vision. Including the Eternal Peace Mountain, the space of 10 million li was like the suffocating before the storm. It was terrifyingly quiet. A kind of desolate aura swept across the entire land. Ha ha ha. The demonic figure laughed madly in the flames. He. The group of Eternal Peace Mountain zombie disciples still pounced towards Xiao Hua, as if they didn't care about the great calamity that was summoned above their heads. Shua. The sound of the magnetic storm came from an unknown place. This sound was like the beating of a drum and spreading of flowers, instantly covering the entire night sky. Immediately, all the magnetic storm surged at the same time and fell towards the Eternal Peace Mountain. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed, full of compassion. Then, he pointed at the sword gourd. Pooh! The soul-slaying Yuan light rushed out and flew straight into the night sky. Woo-woo! The green and red color that had already fused into one separated again at this time, emitting a strange hissing sound. This green and red color turned into tens of thousands of light strands that fell on the magnetic storm in the night sky. Wang wang. Only, the magnetic storm was so vast that the light strands that supported it slightly trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. It seemed like it could break at any time. Quick! Xiao Hua's arms immediately turned into a crystal state following the heavenly dragon speech technique. Endless qi poured into the sword gourd. The light strands that were as thin as hair instantly thickened and shone with a dazzling brilliance. Along with this dazzling brilliance, the magnetic storm also slowly came to a stop. Then, rumble. In the originally silent night sky, the magnetic storm was once again attracted by the soul-slaying Yuan light, emitting a thunderous sound. Then, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. Break. With a word, the already broken array on the Eternal Peace Mountain was destroyed by Xiao Hua's divine sense hammer. Kill. Along with Xiao Hua's command, the soul-slaying Yuan light turned back in midair, driving the magnetic storm to scatter all over the Eternal Peace Mountain. Even some of the magnetic storm fell on the Eternal Peace Mountain zombie disciples around Xiao Hua. Caw. Faster than chopping melons and vegetables, all the disciples were chopped into several pieces by the magnetic storm. How is this possible? The demon that had already been burned into thin strands by the spiritual fire looked at all this in disbelief. How can you control the magnetic storm? How can you destroy the entire Eternal Peace Mountain in one fell swoop? You're really ignorant. Xiaohua coldly looked at the last trace of the demon and said indifferently, "Haven't you heard of the two-wing spectrometer and the soul-slaying yuan light?" "No." This was the final sentence of the demon. Along with the demon being extinguished by the spiritual fire, all the Eternal Peace Mountain zombie disciples that were not killed by the magnetic storm fell from midair at the same time. Those disciples that were hiding in the Eternal Peace Mountain also fell down. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and activated the soul-slaying yuan light again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Eternal Peace Mountain shook. This thunderous sound lasted for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before it gradually disappeared. Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua's face was solemn. He patted his own head and released several doppelgangers. He ordered, "Eternal Peace Mountain has already turned into a dead mountain. This is all the witch is doing. We cannot let the witch's doppelgangers escape. I will clean up the mess and stop this magnetic storm. Fellow Taoists, please deal with these pitiful Eternal Peace Mountain disciples." Good. The doppelgangers' expressions were also gloomy. After all, these were hundreds of thousands of Eternal Peace Mountain disciples. Their lives disappeared one after another. After the doppelgangers cupped their hands and saluted, they flew to various places to deal with the corpses. Xiaohua flew to midair and sat down cross-legged. He rubbed his hands and a spell landed on the sword gourd. The sword gourd let out a rumbling sound and gradually fell down. Then, the sword gourd let out a dazzling brilliance and turned into a ball of light. Woo-woo. The soul-slaying yuan light that rushed out of the sword gourd began to shrink. As the spell was inserted, the soul-slaying yuan light began to rotate and condense into a spiral shape. The magnetic storm that was attracted by the soul-slaying yuan light also began to turn into an arc of light and fell into the sword gourd. Peng peng peng. The entire sword gourd let out a crisp sound like beans being fried. Xiaohua chanted the heavenly dragon technique and the spell in his hand surged. He began to refine the magnetic storm that covered 1,000 miles of Eternal Peace Mountain into the soul-slaying yuan light. After another bright moon and sparse stars, the entire night sky began to calm down. It was already more than 10 days later. Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. On the crystal-clear sword gourd, wisps of light appeared. These wisps of light were sometimes visible, as if they were about to fly out of thin air. An indescribable sharpness overflowed from these wisps of light. Xiaohua withdrew his gaze from the sword gourd. He raised his hand and the sword gourd fell into his hand. Xiaohua did not put away the sword gourd. He looked up at the doppelgangers standing not far away and said, "Fellow Taoists, did you succeed? All the Eternal Peace Mountain disciples, their bodies have been destroyed. This little brother has checked them one by one. I will not let any of the witch's doppelgangers slip away." Devil Spirit Xiaohua said with a smile. He flew forward and took out dozens of spatial rings and handed them to Xiaohua. These are the orthodoxies of Eternal Peace Mountain. There are also some fragments. Since Eternal Peace Mountain is no longer here, it would be better for us to take them. Since Eternal Peace Mountain is no longer here, this little brother will take them all. Good. Xiaohua nodded. Fellow Taoist has done a good job. Xiaohua put away the spatial rings and looked at the abandoned Eternal Peace Mountain. He said, "Fellow Taoists, since Eternal Peace Mountain has become like this, I'm afraid the Snow Chopping Gate is not much better. Sun Jian bringing the Fortune Gate's disciples to the Snow Chopping Gate won't be able to gain any benefits. I still have some matters to attend to in Eternal Peace Mountain. Fellow Taoists, you can go to the Snow Chopping Gate on behalf of me." Good. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua nodded. This kind of devil race that occupies a magpie's nest is abominable. This little brother can't wait to tear them to pieces. This little brother must go. Chapter 4130. Fellow Daoist Long Mai. Xiaohua waved his hand and the sword gourd flew out. Fellow Daoist Green Robe is building a transmission array in the soaring Dragon Mountain range and has no time to go to the snow/gate. I'll leave this spirit exterminating light to you. Yes, I understand. Long Mai Xiaohua took the sword gourd and nodded. I will use the spirit exterminating light to kill thousands of devil seeds. Inform Sun Jian when you go. If necessary, let him take the Fortune Gate disciples directly to the snow/gate. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said. I know. Long Mai Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, Buddha Bodhi, and soul cultivator Xiaohua and said, with these three fellow Taoists following, there shouldn't be any problems. Fellow Taoist can rest assured. Soon after, several clones bid farewell to Xiaohua and went in the direction of the snow/gate. Xiaohua stood in the air and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figures of several people flying away. A meaningful smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said in his heart, fellow Taoists, don't blame I for testing you. After all, I can still control you now. If I can't control you in the future and find out that you are disloyal, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything to you. I hope you can work together in the snow/gate and don't let I down. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua released his consciousness. The netherworld origin power swept through the surrounding 10,000 miles of space and absorbed the souls of the Mount Yong and disciples into the dark side of the space. After that, he took a closer look. His figure swayed, and an earthen yellow brilliance flashed in midair as his figure fell into the broken cliff. Xiaohua didn't find an excuse to stay in the Yong'an mountain just to train his clones. When he was using the spirit exterminating light to refine the magnetic force, he sensed a strong magnetic force in the cliff. He guessed that there would be a magnetic force space under the cliff. Therefore, he stayed to explore the underground. There were many spatial faults in the soil beneath the cliff, and these faults were filled with magnetic forces. Sometimes, these faults were extremely large, and the magnetic forces were like a maze in the void. If one was careless and fell into a magnetic trap, one would be killed by the magnetic forces. Xiaohua relied on his innate sense of direction and carefully avoided these traps that could kill people at any time. The deeper he went, the more Xiaohua discovered that there were actually even more origin magnetic fragments beneath the ground. These fragments were of different sizes. The large ones were several miles long, while the small ones were only a few inches long. Every magnetic field naturally had two poles, and when the 5 elements of the human race arrived here, it was inevitable that they would be attracted by the magnetic field. Faced with magnetic field fragments that were several miles in size, even separation and reunion cultivators would have a headache, not to mention the numerous magnetic field fragments beneath the ground. It was only because Xiaohua's demigod body had concealed the attributes of his body that Xiaohua was able to safely reach a pitch-black void without being disturbed by the magnetic shards. Sensing the strong magnetic force in the void, Xiaohua patted the space between his eyebrows and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Ha! He saw that the magnetic force space in front of him was filled with red and yellow magnetic pole lines, and then he saw a huge oval-shaped sphere clearly divided into red and yellow. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this fire and earth magnetic force? The heavens are really helping me. After Xiaohua finished laughing, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to fly to the extreme point of the fire and earth magnetic field and drip out a drop of his blood essence. After that, he flew to the 2 areas of the magnetic field and collected a large amount of fire marrow flame crystals and earth crystal yao milk before flying out of the magnetic field space. After leaving the magnetic force space, Xiaohua looked left and right. His heart moved, and he didn't fly towards the cliff, but towards the place where the cliff extended into the starry sky. Out of Xiaohua's expectations, there were even more spatial faults along the way, and there were also a lot more origin magnetic shards than before. Just as Xiaohua's figure flew out from the bottom of the cliff, woo-woo. A wave of berserk chi waves stirred up the primordial magnetic force and madly pounced on Xiaohua. Xiaohua waved his Daoist robe, and everything within several li of him was confined. However, this confinement only lasted for a moment. Kacha kacha. Crisp sounds rang out. The confined space was actually broken by the primordial magnetic force and the wave of chi waves. Facing this chaotic power of heaven and earth, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. He did not want to be enemies with it. His figure once again escaped into the earth. Although the wave of chi waves and the primordial magnetic force were still chasing after him, they were blocked by a spatial fault after a moment. Xiaohua randomly escaped for a moment, then carefully avoided the magnetic shards, and once again rushed towards the ground where the cliff was. After escaping for half the time of a meal, Xiaohua finally appeared on the ground. At this time, Xiaohua was already far away from Mount Yong, and Xiaohua looked at the mountain peak and the palace that existed in name only, and sighed. Mount Yong'an can borrow the fire and earth magnetic force and the magnetic force of space to create a sect. There must be something special about their cultivation method. Unfortunately, although the magnetic force is powerful, it is good at attacking the 5 elements, and it is difficult to cultivate it. Now, Mount Yong'an is besieged by the devil race, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators are actually under the control of a devil monarch. Although the devil monarch's pink skull is powerful, if the Mount Yong'an disciples diligently cultivate their Tao foundation and consolidate their Tao realm, they may not necessarily fall into the devil monarch's hands. From this, it can be seen that the Mount Yong'an sect's success and failure are due to the magnetic force awe. I hope this Shao can bring Mount Yong'an's orthodoxy to other places, and the new sect can learn from Mount Yong'an's tragedy. At this point, a divine sense suddenly appeared in the distance, and swept over like a wave crashing against the shore. It seemed to be a demonstration, and also seemed to be a warning. Xiaohua let out an N sound and released his own divine sense. Buzz. The divine sense and divine sense collided together, setting off a wave of energy that could reach the sky. Soon after, they both retracted their divine sense. A melodious voice came from that direction. Is that Xiaohua of the Fortune sect, Daoist Master Xiaohua? With a touch of divine sense, Xiaohua knew that the newcomer was a Tao transformation cultivator from the ruins, which was the so-called 9th grade essence chi cultivator of the hidden immortal mainland. His strength was not inferior to his own. He was a little puzzled, and his figure went up to greet, and he answered with a smile, "That's right, it is this Xiao. May I know which fellow Daoist you are?" He. As he spoke, a cloud appeared in the horizon, dragging a long tail as it flew in front of Xiaohua. That cultivator's figure was ordinary, and his face was like a full moon. He was wearing a sword outfit, and there was a flame-like sword mark between his eyebrows. The cultivator's eyes were a little red, and when he turned, there was a faint sword light reflected in his eyes. That cultivator sized up Xiaohua, then cupped his hands and said, "Shen Dao Sex Yun Che, greets Daoist Master Xiao." "Ah. Yun Che. Shen Dao Sect Master Yun." Xiaohua was stunned. He naturally knew that the Shen Dao Sex Dao transformation cultivator was called Yun Che, but he didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous cultivator in front of him was actually the sect master of one of the 3 great sects in the ruins. He also didn't expect that he would see Yun Che on Mount Yong'an. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He tidied up his clothes and cupped his hands and said, "Xiaohua greets Sect Master Yun. This Yun has long heard that Daoist Master Xiao of the Fortune sect is not only righteous, but also brought the elite disciples of the outer realm to reinforce our ruins. Moreover, you are also approachable, and you are amiable even when facing low-level disciples. This Yun has long admired you, and now that I have seen you, you really live up to your name. This Yun is convinced. Yun Che sighed and hurriedly returned the greeting. Hearing Yun Che's words, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he said inwardly, "Damn it, such a big sect master is actually greeting an outsider like this. Could it be a weasel paying a visit to a chicken?" Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand modestly. "Sect Master Yun is too kind, this Xiao is just an ordinary cultivator. How could I have the noble character and unquestionable integrity that fellow Daoist is talking about? Speaking of noble character and unquestionable integrity, this Yun has to represent the 100 sects in the ruins and the assembly hall to thank Daoist Master Xiao and the Fortune sect's disciples for their contributions to the ruins." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Yun Che hurriedly continued and bowed again. If it weren't for the Fortune sect's assistance in the southwest border, not only would the 8 great sects have been annihilated by the devil race, but a large area of the ruins would also have fallen into the hands of the devil race. This Xiao doesn't dare to claim credit. Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand to support Yun Che and said, "This is all the credit of the Fortune sect's disciples?" "Yes." Although Yun Che stood up, he still continued, "This Yun has long heard that the Fortune sect's disciples have lost nearly 50,000 disciples for the ruins. This Yun and the entire assembly hall are grateful to the Fortune sect for this." Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled, looked at Yun Che and said word by word, "Sect Master Yun, you didn't come all the way from the assembly hall to Mount Yong and just to thank this Xiao, right?" "Hee, of course." Yun Che laughed. "Daoist Master Xiao is now the most famous person in the ruins, and the Fortune sect's disciples are the most elite troops in the ruins to deal with the devil race. Not to mention this Yun, even all the sect masters in the assembly hall are willing to come all the way here to thank Daoist Master." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Yun is too polite. You wouldn't have come to Mount Yong and for no reason, right? This Yun naturally didn't come to the southwest border just to find Daoist Master Xiao." Yun Che knew that he couldn't pretend anymore, and said with a serious expression, "But since I didn't meet Daoist Master in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, and I met Daoist Master Xiao on Mount Yong, and this Yun can only meet Daoist Master Xiao." Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and stared at Yun Che thoughtfully. Of course he knew why Yun Che came to the southwest border. He had killed all the zombie disciples on Mount Yong and if no one knew, then it was fine, but if someone used it against him, he really couldn't refute. After all, no one saw the witch controlling Mount Yong and the orthodoxy of Mount Yong and had completely disappeared. Cough cough. Seeing the unfriendliness in Xiao Hua's eyes, Yun Che hurriedly coughed twice and said, "The assembly hall received a message from the Fortune sect, and knew that there had been no news from Mount Yong and Snow/School for several years. In addition, in the last half a year, none of the disciples in the assembly hall had returned, so the assembly hall wanted to know what happened to these 2 sections. Originally, they wanted to send elders from other sects, but this Yun really has something to discuss with Daoist Master Xiao, so this Yun volunteered to come to Mount Yong and Chapter 41-31. This Yun rushed to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range and happened to hear from General Sun that Daoist had personally come to the Yong and Mountain Range to investigate. Just like this Yun thought, this Yun chased after him without stopping. Yun Che looked meaningfully at the Yong and mountain in the distance and said, "However, it seems that Daoist has already found out the truth of the matter. This Yun doesn't need to waste any more time." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and told him about the Yong and mountain range. When Yun Che heard that the entire Yong and mountain range was captured by a devil monarch and that all the disciples were controlled by a beautiful woman, he was not particularly surprised. However, when he heard that all the zombie disciples were killed by Xiao Hua and a few other cultivators, his expression changed greatly. His figure involuntarily retreated a little and asked in a low voice, "Then, are those fellow Taoists the famous patriarch Bodhi, Patriarch Wenxiu, and Patriarch Wu. Xiao Hua nodded with a faint smile and replied, after this Xiao and a few other fellow Taoists killed all the zombies, this Xiao thought of the snow/gate. Therefore, this Xiao asked fellow Taoists to go to the snow/gate to assist General Sun Jian. This Xiao will stay here and wait for Sect Master Yun. Oh. When Yun Che heard this, he felt a little relieved, but then he was stunned again. Daoist Xiao, what level are you at? You can actually sense this Yun's arrival. What level are you at? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and smiled slightly. He waved his hand and said, Sect Master Yun is thinking too much. This Xiao is just joking with you. This Xiao has just escaped from the Devil Monarch's trap and is a little tired. This Xiao doesn't want to get involved in the killing. Hearing this, Yun Che hurriedly asked, Daoist Xiao, this Yun has an extremely important matter to ask Daoist Xiao. Oh. What is it? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Then, the Devil Monarch that has besieged you for more than 10 years, which one is it? Yun Che considered his words and asked with a kind of expectation in his eyes. Which one? Xiao Hua asked curiously, what does Sect Master Yun mean? This. Yun Che's face was a little red. He hesitated for a moment and said, this Yun means that this Devil Monarch has revealed his name. Do you know which Devil Monarch he is? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, shook his head slightly, and said, that guy seemed to want to say his name that day, but this Xiao interrupted him. Who has the patience to know that he is some devil emperor? At this point, Xiao Hua was also stunned, and said with some disbelief, Sect Master Yun, not to mention that you have fought with the Devil Emperor for several hundred years in the discussion hall and have never seen the Devil Emperor, you also don't know who the Devil Emperor besieging the ruins is, right? Although it was awkward, Yun Che had no choice but to tell the truth, that's right. That was indeed the case. At this moment, although we know which 3 demons are besieging the ruins, we still don't know which demon emperors are leading them and what their purpose is. As a matter of fact, Reverend, please don't blame me for ignoring the 10 major sects in the southwest border, and for sneering at the news that the Devil Emperor came to wipe them out. Our assembly palace is also in a dilemma. Because such news spread all over the sky, we're too tired to deal with it. There are too many fake news. Additionally, our army has encountered too many demon emperors. We really can't distinguish which news is real and which demon emperors are real. Then how many devil emperors do the discussion hall know? Xiao Hua didn't know much about military affairs, so he couldn't say much. 21. Yun Che blurted out. It was obvious that he had calculated this for a long time. So many. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Yun Che said with a smile, of course it's not 21. If it's really 21, the devil race doesn't need to besiege the ruins, they can just kill their way into the ruins. After all, although the devil emperors aren't devil sovereigns, their strength is comparable to our human race's 7th stage Dao transformation, or even 8th or 9th stage Dao transformation. Even with Reverend Zhao's strength, you've been trapped by the Devil Emperor for more than 10 years. Dao transformation cultivators like us are simply not a match for the Devil Emperor. In that case, some of the Devil Emperors are Devil Monarchs in disguise. Or maybe the Devil Emperors have changed their appearance. Xiao Hua understood and asked probingly. Yun Che nodded, indeed. Some of the Devil Monarchs are very powerful, and their strength can reach the 1st stage of Dao transformation. Therefore, it's very difficult for us to distinguish between the Devil Emperors and Devil Monarchs in terms of strength. Also, as Reverend Xiao said, the Devil Monarch who killed the Eternal Peace Mountain by himself should be one of the 3 great devil races besieging the ruins, the zombie race. This devil race sucks the blood essence of humans. Once harmed by the devil race, they won't die immediately. Instead, they will become zombies without blood essence and consciousness under the control of the devil race. These zombies still have magic power in their bodies, and they can also activate magic treasures and formations to help the devil race kill our human race. Of course, the zombie race is the smallest of the three great devil races, but they are also the most difficult to defend against. Hearing this, Xiaohua said, even if these zombies under the control of the zombie race aren't killed, they probably won't be able to come back to life, right? Of course. Yun Che knew what Xiaohua was worried about, so he explained, although these zombies still have a little bit of consciousness, their true 3 souls and 6 spirits are no longer complete. Unless there's a great expert from the desolate immortal world who can recover their souls from the blood essence devoured by the devil race, the moment the devil race is killed, these zombies will gradually turn into real zombie race devils and harm the cultivators of the ruins again. Therefore, Reverend Xiao, you don't have to worry that killing the entire Eternal Peace Mountain will bring you any trouble. We've done the same in the past. Of course. At this point, Yun Che said embarrassedly, like Reverend Xiao, killing all the disciples of the Eternal Peace Mountain in one go has never happened before. However, Reverend Xiao, Yun Che said righteously, even if the discussion hall, no, even if the entire ruins makes things difficult for the Fortune Gate and Reverend Xiao, this Yun and the Shindao sect will stand on Reverend Xiao's side and stand with you against a common enemy. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Xiaohua smiled. In his heart, he already understood that this Shindao sect's Yun Che naturally came here for official business. But other than official business, he must have something to ask of him. In that case, many thanks for Sect Master Yun's righteousness. Xiaohua smiled and looked at the Eternal Peace Mountain in the distance. He said, however, when this Xiao was killing those damned zombies, I saw that the Eternal Peace Mountain's orthodoxy was not easy to pass down, so I had the intention of finding disciples to pass down. So, I took all the orthodoxies of the Eternal Peace Mountain and prepared to pass them down to disciples. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Yun Che immediately raised his right hand and gave him a thumbs up. He praised, Reverend Xiao is really merciful, which is rare in the ruins. Not only did you let the disciples of the Eternal Peace Mountain rest in peace, but you also put in a lot of effort to find their inheritances. Who wouldn't admire you when they hear this? Especially when you're so decisive. If the news of the Eternal Peace Mountain's destruction spreads, there will definitely be wandering cultivators coming to snatch the cultivation technique jade slips. At that time, even if my discussion hall wants to take the Eternal Peace Mountain's inheritance, it won't be possible. Speaking up to here, Yun Che thought for a moment and said, Reverend Xiao, please wait a moment. Right now, I'll inform the discussion hall first so that Reverend Xiao can take the initiative. As he spoke, Yun Che raised his hand and took out a magic treasure that looked like a pagoda from his summer ring. Along with the incantation, a 3-colored brilliance flew out from the magic treasure. After the brilliance spread out, a cloud of mist dispersed from the brilliance. Inside it was a space that was dozens of meters in size. At this time, a hall appeared in the space. Inside the hall, other than some decorations, there were some neatly arranged jade chairs. However, most of these jade chairs were empty. Only a few of the chairs in front had a few young cultivators sitting on them. Sect Master Yun. In the space, a handsome cultivator seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look at Yun Che and asked curiously, You found out about the news of the Eternal Peace Mountain so quickly? Sect Master Hua. Yun Che said with a smile, admittedly, this Yun came quickly, but is there someone who is even more concerned about the safety of the Eternal Peace Mountain's disciples than this Yun and came earlier than this Yun? Oh. Who? Could it be Reverend Xiaohua? When Sect Master Hua heard this, he hurriedly stood up from the jade chair and said, Sect Master Yun, is Reverend Xiao beside you? Ha! Yun Che laughed and flashed to the side. He invited Xiao Hua over and said, Reverend Xiao, this is Sect Master Hua of the Heavy Flow Sect, who is on duty in the discussion hall today. Behind him are Sect Master Shengguan Su of the Immortal Husbandry Sect, Sect Master Zhang Jing of the Hong Hall, and Sect Master Fei Ping of the Jing Fei Mountain. This one is Xiao Hua. Greetings, Sect Masters. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Inside the discussion hall, several other cultivators hurriedly stood up and tidied their clothes. Together with Hua Fei, they cupped their hands in greeting and said, We greet Reverend Xiao. Then, Hua Fei said, Our discussion hall has admired Reverend Xiao for a long time. When we heard that Reverend Xiao was besieged by the Devil Emperor, we sent several elders to assist the Fortune Gate's disciples in searching for him. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Now that we heard that Reverend Xiao Hua has escaped safely, it is indeed worthy of celebration. This is excellent news for our discussion hall. While Hua Fei was speaking, dark clouds appeared in the air, blurring Hua Fei's words. Yun Che, who was standing beside Xiao Hua, hurried over and said apologetically, Reverend Xiao, the ruins is now besieged by the devil race. Not only is the transmission array controlled by the devil race, the other communication channels are also disrupted by the devil race. Today, I will report this matter to the discussion hall. When Reverend Xiao comes to the discussion hall, we will meet again. Good. Xiao Hua nodded and stood beside Yun Che. Yun Che walked to the front of the magic artifact and roughly explained what had happened on the Eternal Peace Mountain. In the end, he said, in order to kill the Devil Monarch's clone, Reverend Xiao and the Fortune Gate's disciples destroyed the Eternal Peace Mountain zombie disciples that were under the Devil Race's control. As for the Eternal Peace Mountain's orthodoxy, speaking up to here, Yun Che's finger moved slightly, and the brilliance of the artifact flashed, causing the situation in the conference hall to dim. Yun Che's face was slightly surprised, and he asked loudly, What? Sect masters want the Fortune Gate's orthodoxy to be passed down. Yes, the sect leader's opinions are quite innovative. Fine, then this Yun will discuss with Reverend Xiao, and ask Reverend Xiao to stop this matter. Chapter 4132. Sect Master Yun, Sect Master Yun. Hua Fei waved his hand helplessly, That's not what I meant. I'm just thanking the Fortune Gate's disciples. Alright, since that's the case, this matter is settled. Oh. What did Sect Master Hua say? I can't hear you clearly. Yun Che muttered to himself. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Since the Yong'an Mountain is already like this, there's no need to talk about it anymore. Daoist Xiao has already sent the Fortune Gate's disciples to the Snow/Gate. I'll follow Daoist Xiao. As he spoke, Yun Che reached out and extinguished the light from the magic treasure. When Yun Che held the magic treasure in his hand, he turned around and smiled, Daoist Xiao, you've seen it for yourself. Sect Master Hua is really indulging in fantasy. He wants the Fortune Gate's Yong'an Mountain to be passed down. However, due to the interference in the communication channel, I think he wants Daoist Xiao to bring the Yong'an Mountain out and impart it to someone. No matter what, I think the main hall's suggestion is good. I hope Daoist Xiao can consider it. And, Sect Master Hua's suggestion is very creative. This Xiao also feels that it is refreshing to hear. However, since it is the conference hall's request, this Xiao will reluctantly accept. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly. Alright, the matter of the Yong'an Mountain is over. There's no need to talk about it anymore. Yun Che smiled and took out a jade slip. He raised his hand and pointed at it. The jade slip emitted a misty green brilliance, and within this brilliance, the images of 21 devil emperors appeared. Yun-Che solemnly looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Spiritual Master, take a look. Which Devil Emperor is the one that trapped Spiritual Master? Sect Master Yun, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua said as his gaze fell on the images of the 21 Devil Emperors. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua shook his head and replied, The Devil Emperor I met is not among these 21. AI. Yun-Che sighed. At this time, he frowned and looked at the magic treasure in his hand. He knew that it was Huafei's message, so he ignored it and said, as expected, every time a Devil Emperor appears, he changes his body. This is the 22nd one. After saying that, Yun-Che passed the jade slip to Xiao Hua. I'll have to trouble Spiritual Master to record the image of that Devil Monarch on this jade slip. Xiao Hua accepted the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately understood what was going on and recorded the appearance of the Devil Monarch on the jade slip before returning it to Yun-Che. Then, he looked at Yun-Che and said thoughtfully, since the Devil Monarch wants to trap the ruins, he must have a purpose. If it's just to kill the cultivators of the ruins, there's no need to use so many gimmicks. Every time they appear, they use different devil bodies. I think they're trying to hide their purpose. That's right. Yun-Che nodded. This is also the reason why my assembly hall has been unable to figure it out for so many years. This is also the other reason why I wanted to meet Daoist Master. I wonder if Daoist Master Xiao has noticed anything strange from the perspective of an outsider. Soul. Xiao Hua replied without hesitation, this Xiao feels that the reason why the devil race has surrounded the ruins is for the souls of cultivators. Refining the blood demon artifact? Yun-Che didn't believe him and shook his head. I also thought so at the beginning. However, the devil race's blood demon artifact is usually sacrificed with the blood of living souls. Every time there's a great battle, the cultivators of the ruins will also pay attention to the matter of blood sacrifice. However, after the great battle, the devil race didn't use the devil formation to refine the blood demon artifact. Even after so many years, we haven't seen a particularly powerful blood demon artifact. But Xiao Hua hesitated again. However, he only paused for a moment before continuing, the ruins are filled with wandering souls that can't fall into the yellow springs. For such wandering souls to be trapped in the ruins by the devil race, there must be a premeditated plan. Even if they haven't refined it now, it doesn't mean they won't do it in the future. Maybe they're waiting until they've killed enough cultivators and gathered enough wandering souls before starting to refine it. Ah! Yun-Che was shocked. Could it be that what Lu Wuxia said is true? Misty School's Lu Wuxia, Sect Master Lu. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Yun-Che nodded and said, yes. Previously, I guessed that the reason the devil race surrounded the ruins was to refine the blood demon artifact. But later on, I didn't discover any abnormalities, so I started to think about other things. Sect Master Lu always believed that the devil race's goal was souls, because she used the Misty School's secret technique to detect more and more wandering souls in the ruins. Even the disciples of the various sects with different talents also felt that the wandering souls were abnormal. However, the discussion hall never took this matter seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Hua understood that the Dao sect's techniques in the ruins probably didn't have a secret technique that specialized in detecting wandering souls. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to detect the increasing number of wandering souls in the ruins. And Lu Wuxia, who knew the secret technique, couldn't convince other cultivators, so the discussion hall didn't take the wandering souls seriously at all. Looks like I have to report this matter to the discussion hall as soon as possible. As he spoke, Yun-Che naturally reached out his hand to activate the magic treasure. However, looking at the flickering light of the magic treasure, Yun-Che laughed involuntarily and said, forget it, let's wait a little longer. I think that old bastard Huafei must have woken up and wants to go back on his words. We won't give him the chance to go back on his words. That's fine too. Xiaohua said with a smile, since the devil race hasn't started using these wandering souls to refine devil artifacts for so many years, I think they won't in the near future. If we chase the devil race away, they won't have a chance at all. Sect Master Yun also doesn't need to report in such a hurry. Actually, Yun Che changed the topic again and said, although Daoist Xiao and Sect Master Lu both think so, but I don't dare to agree. Oh. Could it be that Sect Master Yun found something strange? Xiaohua asked curiously. I did find something strange. Yun Che replied, for example, the devil race besieged the ruins. Why did the teleportation formation in the ruins malfunction? If they wanted more cultivators, why didn't they make the teleportation formation work properly and attract more cultivators? Secondly, what exactly is the devil formation that besieges the ruins? If it's a blood sacrifice devil formation, why did the devil race only besiege and not attack? Why did they only seal the connection between the ruins and the outside world and not launch a large-scale attack on the ruins? Sect Master Yun's meaning is. Xiaohua didn't quite understand. Yun Che explained, the teleportation formations in the ruins that lead to the cultivation world are either built in the void or in the starry sky. There are even many that are hidden extremely well. If they aren't very clear about these teleportation formations, it wouldn't be easy to seal these teleportation formations and even more impossible to destroy the communication channel. Xiaohua understood and said with a smile, could it be that Sect Master Yun suspects that there are humans in the ruins who are colluding with the devil race? If there are, then they must be experts of the Dao transformation realm. Yun Che nodded slightly. And there are 120 sects in the ruins. I don't know which Dao transformation expert is such a scum. Cooperating with the devil race is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Especially cooperating with the devil emperor. I think there won't be such a stupid cultivator. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes. The key point is, if it's for wandering souls, there's even less need for human cultivators to cooperate with the devil race. Yun Che nodded. So following this train of thought, I suspect that the devil race besieged the ruins for so long for other purposes. Yun Che explained again. However, it's not convenient for me to explain this to other fellow Taoists in the ruins. It's not convenient for other fellow Taoists, but it's convenient for me. Xiaohua was a little surprised. Because this matter involves the purpose of my Shindao sect's establishment in the ruins. It also involves some of the ruin secrets. If I were to leak this out, it would cause a rift between my Shindao sect and the other sects in the ruins. It would also cause the main hall to be dissatisfied with my Shindao sect. Yun Che did not hide anything from Xiaohua. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback and asked meaningfully, then why did Sect Master Yun tell me? Because this Yun came to find Daoist Xiao to form an alliance with the Fortune Gate. More importantly, I want Daoist Xiao to become my Divine Saber Gate's guest elder. Up until now, Yun Che had finally revealed his true purpose in coming here. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, saying, I'm just an outsider. I only came to the ruins because of an error in the transmission array. When the devil race is defeated and the devil formation surrounding the ruins is removed, I will leave the ruins with the Fortune Gate disciples. Since that's the case, what's the point of forming an alliance with the Shindao sect? There's no value in Sect Master Yun inviting me to be your guest elder. First of all, Yun Che looked at Xiaohua and said sincerely, Daoist Xiao, don't be too optimistic about defeating the devil race. My ruins and the devil race have been fighting for several hundred years, and Daoist Xiao has been in the ruins for more than a decade. When has the devil race ever shown signs of defeat? The devil formation surrounding the ruins has never made any mistakes. Therefore, I estimate that even if this stalemate continues for another 1,000 years, there might not be any results. What else? Xiaohua smiled. Could it be related to the Shindao sect's purpose in establishing a sect in the ruins? That's right. Yunche nodded. My Shindao sect's founder was a disciple of the Supreme White Sect. He naturally came to this remote ruins to establish a sect, and this purpose is only known by each generation Shindao sect master. And this purpose is very likely to be the same as the devil race surrounding the ruins. Oh. Then, what is your Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Yunche smiled bitterly. If I knew, would I still need to discuss with Daoist Xiao here? Ah. You. Aren't you the Shindao sect master? Xiaohua was shocked. Of course I'm the Shindao sect master. Yunche's face was filled with shame as he replied, but my Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins. I don't know when it was lost. When the previous generation sect master passed the position of sect master to me, he only said this. As for the specific purpose, he doesn't know either. Damn it, there's such a strange thing. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can't do anything about it. Yunche replied, after all, it's already lost. Every generation of sect masters used their power to search for it, but there were no clues. And this time, the devil race surrounding the ruins made me think of this matter. After confirming it left and right, I'm even more certain that the devil race and my Shindao sect have the same purpose. Chapter 4133. So, Xiaohua asked, Sect Master Yun is afraid that after the Shindao sect's goal is exposed, there will be a rift between the Shindao sect and the other sects in the ruins, so he wants to form an alliance with my Fortune Gate. He even wants me to join hands with you to resist the threats of the other sects. Indeed. Yunche nodded. The Fortune Gate is now famous in the ruins, and Daoist Zhao's battle with the Devil Emperor has also spread far and wide. Especially Daoist Zhao's 3 friends, they have already become godlike existences in the ruins. If I don't form an alliance with the Fortune Gate, can I find anyone more suitable? Sect Master Yun, this is your ruins' internal affairs. Xiaohua didn't relent. It's not suitable for my Fortune Gate to participate. Actually, Daoist Zhao doesn't need to worry too much. Yunche smiled. The Shindao sect and the Fortune Gate's alliance is just to borrow the Fortune Gate's prestige. My Shindao sect may not necessarily start a war with other sects, and of course, we won't let the Fortune Gate's butcher's knife cut the human race's fellow Daoists. As for Daoist Zhao and his friends, we only need to intimidate the Misty School's Lu Wuxia and the Incense School's Mo Lianqi. Sect Master Yun has a good plan. Xiaohua sighed, looking at the clouds in the sky as if he was thinking. Yunche hurriedly smiled and said, It's nothing, it's just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, please help me. I also don't dare to trust other human cultivators. If I don't deal with them properly, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? But I'm more suspicious. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. Based on Daoist Zhao's background, you're naturally the most suspicious. But Daoist Zhao's friends are the devil race's nemesis. No matter how stupid the devil race is, they wouldn't collude with their natural nemesis, right? That's true. Xiaohua nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Hearing that Xiaohua had the intention to relent, Yunche struck while the iron was hot. If the Fortune Gate and my Shindao sect ally, and Daoist Zhao becomes my Shindao sect's guest elder, my Shindao sect will definitely provide the Fortune Gate's disciples with a complete cultivation technique. Don't worry, Daoist Master Zhao. My Shindao sect's cultivation method is the real deal. It comes from the Taibai sect and is definitely 100 times better than that of the Yong'an Mountain. Also, if the Devil Clan is defeated in the future and the ruins regains its connection with the outside world, Daoist Master Shao will have to use the star chart to return to the original realm through the teleportation array. Coincidentally, I have the Taibai sect's latest complete star chart, which can help Daoist Master Shao. Of course, if Daoist Master Shao feels that this is not enough, you can also state your conditions. Let's see if my Shindao sect can satisfy you. Is this alliance long-term or short-term? Is the defeat of the demons the limit? Xiao Hua asked. Of course, it would be best if it's a long-term one. Yun Che said with a smile. But if Spiritual Master Shao feels that it's too long, a short-term one is fine too. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and felt that this kind of alliance wouldn't bring him any harm. It also didn't require him to make a move on behalf of the Shindao sect. It was just a deterrent effect. The so-called Fortune sect's disciples all came from his space. If he felt that something was wrong, he could just put these Fortune sect's disciples into his space. He was all alone, so what did he have to fear of the Shindao sect? Moreover, the ruins was the higher realm. Who knew if he would need the help of the Shindao sect or even the Taibai sect in the future? This alliance would only bring him benefits and no harm. Thus, Xiao Hua smiled and said, since it's an alliance, then it's good to be long-term. Why do you need to do something short-term? Great. Yun Che raised his right hand and smiled. This Yun knows that Daoist Master Shao is the most forthright. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Sect Master Yun's conditions are very good, but they are all conditions for the alliance. If you want this Shao to be a guest elder, these conditions are still not enough. Oh. Then what does Daoist Master Shao need? If my Shindao sect has them, we'll definitely offer them to you with both hands. Yun Che didn't put down his hand, and asked with a smile. This. Xiao Hua was also a bit speechless. He needed the primordial spirit cultivation technique, and now that he had already obtained the inheritance of the 9 sects, these techniques might not be as high level as the Shindao sects, but he didn't need to cultivate them extremely well. These techniques were already enough. Moreover, the Shindao sect would also provide him with techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and said with a smile, this Shao is refining a kind of magic treasure. Currently, I'm lacking the innate mother of earth and innate mother of wood. I wonder if the Shindao sect can provide them. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, an extremely strange expression appeared on Yun Che's face, and he looked at Xiao Hua with a bit of disbelief. What's wrong? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose, and said with a smile, could it be that Sect Master Yun feels that this Shao is asking for too much? No, Yun Che hurriedly explained. This Yun didn't mean that. This Yun only felt that. Daoist Shao becoming my Shindao sect's guest elder was destined by the heavens, and not this Yun's idea on a whim. As he spoke, Yun Che took out an octagonal magic treasure that looked like a starfish from his spatial ring. That magic treasure even seemed to be alive, and its antennae slightly trembled. The magic treasure fell in midair, and a kind of water-like fluctuation spread out in all directions. Then, Yun Che took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, Daoist Shao, this is this Yun's magic treasure, phaging. This jade slip contains the simple method of controlling phaging. Take a look at it first, and take away the innate mother of earth. This Yun isn't willing to give this magic treasure to fellow Daoist. Ah. How is that possible? Sect Master Yun really has the innate mother of earth? Xiao Hua was also dumbfounded. This was the innate mother of earth, and he had searched for so many years without any news. Today, he only wanted to make things difficult for Yunche. How could it appear in front of him so easily? Daoist Xiao. You don't believe this, Yun. Yunche's tone carried a hint of blame, but his eyes were also filled with pride. No, no. Xiao Hua took the jade slip, and used his divine sense to scan it while waving his hand. This Xiao is too surprised. This is the innate mother of earth, a natural object, something this Xiao has always dreamed of. I didn't expect Sect Master Yun to take it out without even blinking an eye. Hee. Yunche laughed. This innate mother of earth was obtained by this old man and Lu Wuxia in the Luo God Forbidden Area 3,000 years ago. However, this object is not very useful to this old man's cultivation, and natural objects are not useful to ordinary disciples. If I didn't meet Daoist Xiao today, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, this old man would have given this object to the Moon Palace. Then, thank you, Sect Master Yun. Xiao Hua looked at the jade slip, returned it to Yunche, and thanked him. Yunche waved his hand generously and said, You don't have to be so polite, Daoist Xiao. From now on, you are a guest elder of my Shindao sect, and we are family. This Yun doesn't dare to boast too much, but to say that the Shindao sect is the leader of the Shindao sect, is not an exaggeration. Moreover, my Shindao sect has many treasures, and what I gave Daoist Xiao is nothing. What's more, my Shindao sect is a branch of the White sect. When Daoist Xiao reaches the 9th level of the Dao transformation realm and rushes into the 9th level of the heavens, this Yun can recommend Daoist Xiao to the White Star realm of the White sect, which is more likely than the Moon realm. Then this Xiao thanks Sect Master Yun in advance. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the Feijing that was swimming in the air. Yunche understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He raised his hand, and the Feijing fell in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua grabbed it and cast a spell. Ayo! The Feijing actually let out a series of howls, and then clouds like bubbles appeared on the surface of the Feijing's body. As the clouds boiled, the Feijing once again emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. The light was so sharp that Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain when he looked at it. Profound green light. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He immediately took out his spatial ring, and his mind and divine sense fell on the light. See. Even though Xiao Hua's divine sense was as condensed as steel, when it fell on the profound green light, it was still easily pierced by this innate treasure. Xiao Hua didn't dare to pay too much attention to his divine sense, and his mind also felt as if it was burning. When Xiao Hua clenched his teeth, the profound green light and clouds in front of him disappeared. Yunche was dumbfounded. He looked at the ordinary spatial ring in Xiao Hua's hand and said in a low voice, Xiao. Daoist Xiao, your spatial ring can actually store an innate Earth Mother. Ha! Xiao Hua smiled and put away the spatial ring. He nodded and said, This Xiao's spatial ring is definitely not an ordinary spatial ring. All right. Yunche thought that this was Xiao Hua's secret, so he withdrew his gaze from the spatial ring. He took out another spatial ring from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, This is the condition that I promised Daoist Xiao. I asked Daoist Xiao to accept it. This Xiao thanks Sect Master Yun on behalf of the Fortune Gate disciples. Xiao Hua said with a smile as he received the spatial ring. But when he swept his divine sense over the spatial ring, he was stunned. He said in surprise, Sect Master Yun, the things in this spatial ring seem to have increased by quite a bit. Hee. Yunche said with a smile, This Yun has a request from Daoist Xiao, so naturally I have to show enough sincerity. Since Daoist Xiao is so sincere, this Yun will naturally give this extra to Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua certainly wouldn't be polite with Yunche. He took the spatial ring and smacked his lips, saying, The Shindao sect is really rich and imposing. Daoist Xiao is wrong. Yun Che was also in a good mood. He said, it should be our Shindao sect. Ah, yes, yes. Xiao Hua nodded. In the future, my fortune gate can also take advantage of the Shindao sect's glory. Yun Che smiled and flew into the air, saying, let's go. Daoist Xiao, accompany this Yun to the Snow/sect and let this Yun see the bravery of the Fortune Gate disciples. All right. Xiao Hua followed behind Yun Che and said, as long as Sect Master Yun leads the way, this Xiao is born with a poorer sense of direction. Poorer sense of direction. Yun Che was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Daoist Xiao is a Dao transformation cultivator. How can you not know the way? Xiao Hua shrugged and said helplessly, there's no other way. This is innate. This Xiao can't explain it clearly. Alright, Daoist Xiao, please. Yun Che really hadn't seen a cultivator who couldn't even know the way. At this time, Yun Che's expression changed slightly. He smiled and took out the communication artifact again. Looking at the flashing brilliance on it, he said, Old Hua is anxious. If this was a normal situation, this Yun would ignore him and not look for him again. Today, he kept sending messages, so he must have come to his senses. Saying this, Yun Che formed a seal on the pagoda-shaped communication artifact. The scene of the meeting hall in the clouds appeared again. Without waiting for Hua Fei to speak, Yun Che said with a smile, Old Hua, isn't it the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? Since you've agreed, don't go back on your word. Yun Che. Hua Fei said in a bad mood, when did this old man say that he would let the Fortune Gate inherit the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? You just wanted to give face to Daoist Xiao. Of course, this is nothing. The Yong and Mountain is located at the southwest border. Their cultivation technique is very strange and ordinary cultivators may not be able to cultivate it. If this matter is not brought up in the meeting hall, no one will think too much about it. Thank you, Sect Master Hua. Yun Che was in a good mood. He cupped his hands and smiled. This old man is looking for you for another matter. Hua Fei waved his hand and said with a strange expression. Yun Che was surprised and asked curiously, what is it? When Sect Master Yun turned off the communication artifact, the meeting hall received news that the devil race is going to attack the Xianchao Peak. However, this news hasn't been confirmed yet. Hua Fei replied indifferently, this will want Sect Master Yun to stay away from the Xianchao Peak. Unfortunately, Sect Master Yun's communication artifact has been turned off. The devil race is going to invade our Shindao sect. Yun Che frowned in disbelief. How is this possible? Hua Fei nodded, exactly. This Hua also doesn't dare to believe it, so I've already sent my disciples to investigate. However, if this news is true, then, it's time for the devil race to reveal their true intentions. The final battle is probably not far away. Chapter 41-34. Alright, that's why I'm looking for you. Sect Master Yun, you can make your own decision. After saying that, Hua Fei quickly closed the communication channel without any delay. Sect Master Yun. Xiao Hua reminded, it's better to believe it than not. Sect Master should return to the Xianchao Peak to take a look. There's no need. Yun Che waved his hand and said, if the devil race dared to invade my Shindao sect, they would have already invaded the ruins. If I'm not mistaken, this news is fake. We should go to the Snow/school. Xiao Hua didn't fly forward and said with a smile, Sect Master Yun, don't forget the tragedy of Mount Yong'an and the Snow/school. If the devil race really wants to attack the Shindao sect, it won't be good if Sect Master Yun doesn't stay on the Xianchao Peak. Hearing Xiao Hua's advice and thinking about the tragedy of Mount Yong'an, Yun Che was a little hesitant. He thought for a while and said embarrassedly, I just formed an alliance with the Fortune Gate. Now that the Fortune Gate is helping the Snow/School, it's not appropriate for me to not go. Besides, I promised Spiritual Master Xiao. Sect Master Yun, you don't have to make it difficult. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Snow/School has a few good friends and hundreds of thousands of disciples. There shouldn't be any trouble. I just want to accompany Sect Master Yun to take a look. Actually, I have other things to do. Since Sect Master Yun doesn't want to go, I won't go either. Oh. Spiritual Master Xiao, what else do you want? Yun Che was grateful that Xiao Hua gave him a way out. He didn't think that Xiao Hua would give him an answer. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would reply without hesitation, this Xiao has always wanted to visit the Misty Sect in Ping River. Unfortunately, this Xiao had just arrived at the southwest border when I had a battle with the Devil Emperor. Now, I have come to Mount Yong'an. Now that I finally have some free time, I'm going to Ping River. Ha ha. A strange expression appeared on Yun Che's face. He blinked his eyes and said with a helpless expression, Spiritual Master Xiao, the moment you came to the ruins, you wanted to visit Lu Wuxia. Are you looking down on me and Mo Lianqi? Or are you after Sect Master Lu's beauty? That Lu Wuxia is even prettier than the sect leader of Yong'an Mountain. Ugh. Xiao Hua was originally a little confused by Yun Che's expression, but after hearing Yun Che's words, the image of a beautiful woman's curvaceous figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sect Master Yun must be joking. When this Xiao heard the name of the Misty School, this Xiao didn't know the name of the Misty School's sect master, much less that Lu Wuxia was a female cultivator. Looks like Spiritual Master Xiao really has some other secrets. Yun Che smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. Since that's the case, this Yun won't ask anymore. Let's go. I was just about to take the teleportation array. Since you have no sense of direction, we can travel together. When we reach there, I will find a Shindao sect disciple to accompany you to Ping River. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands. Thank you for your trouble, Sect Master Yun. Then, the two of them moved and turned into rainbows in mid-air as they flew towards a certain place. More than 10 days later, on top of a towering mountain range, in a lush forest, Xiao Hua flew out with a female disciple wearing a clean Daoist robe. That female disciple's appearance wasn't particularly beautiful, but her brows were filled with elegance and there was also a kind of purity in her eyes. As soon as the two of them flew out of the forest, the disciple respectfully pointed into the distance and said, Senior Xiao, 1,000 miles ahead of us is the mountain gate of my fragrant cult. There are no teleportation arrays that can be used within this distance. I will have to trouble Senior to fly there with this junior. No problem. Xiao Hua said with a smile. There are many teleportation arrays in the ruins. It only takes a few days to travel a few million miles. The realm this old man is in doesn't have any teleportation arrays. If you want to travel 1,000,000 miles, you either have to use a flying magic tool or fly there yourself. This 1,000 miles is just a stroll in the park for this old man. At this point, Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, as if he had thought of something. The woman pursed her lips and said with a smile, there are also benefits to not having a teleportation array. Frequently using the flying technique is extremely good for condensing true qi. I presume that Daoist's unpredictable divine ability is cultivated from these subtle aspects. That's right, Bo Yun. Xiao Hua said, in the realm this old man is in, there are often some flying demonic beasts that can be used. However, in this old man's ruins, not only are there no flying demonic beasts, there aren't even demonic beasts used by cultivators. Sure. Hearing Xiao Hua's question, the female disciple of the Misty School named Bo Yun's expression changed slightly. She whispered, "Senior Xiao, please no. The ruins are in the cultivation world that belongs to the Moon God Palace. Moon beasts hate demonic beasts, so there aren't many demonic beasts in the ruins. Except for some low-level demonic beasts that can be hunted by my Dao sect disciples and obtain demonic cores, there aren't many demonic beasts that are particularly powerful. As for the Tai Bai astral realm that is closest to the Moon God Palace, according to what this junior knows, there are many demonic beasts. The Dao sect cultivators there can cultivate together with the demonic beasts and fight together. There are even many wonderful legends. Sweat. Seeing a string of little stars appear in Bo Yun's eyes, Xiao Hua immediately understood what this little girl was thinking, so he coughed a few times and said, "Miss Bo, please lead the way." Yes, this junior understands. Bo Yun stuck out her tongue and hurriedly urged the cloud to rush in front of Xiao Hua. However, it was only a moment before she made a fuss again. Oh, this junior forgot to send a message to the sect master. Senior Xiao is such a famous cultivator, if I don't send a message, it will break the etiquette. Saying that, Bo Yun hurriedly raised her hand and was about to take out the communication talisman from the Sumera ring on her finger. When Xiao Hua heard about etiquette, he felt a headache coming. He hurriedly stopped her and said, "Miss Bo, this old man hates etiquette the most. It's better if you don't send a message." It turns out that Senior Xiao also hates etiquette. When Bo Yun heard this, her face lit up with joy. Me too. When this junior was young, every time a senior came to visit Ping River, this junior had to stand in the air with a group of sisters to greet them. No matter if it was windy or raining, or if it was under the sun, I couldn't use my magic power. There were several times when my sister's skin was tanned. That's right. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "A visit is just a visit, why make it so grand? Then this junior won't send a message." Bo Yun stuck out her tongue with a smile. "Otherwise, once senior leaves, there might be young disciples slandering senior behind your back. It seems like you did this a lot when you were young." Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at Bo Yun. I accidentally exposed myself," Bo Yun said with a bit of coquettishness, "but when we arrive at the sect, senior has to explain for this junior that it was senior who didn't want to send a message. Let's go." Xiao Hua unfolded his Daoist robe and a gust of wind wrapped around Bo Yun's thin figure. He said, "With your dilly-dallying like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to fly home even if it's dark today." Gidge. Sensing her body moving like lightning, Bo Yun actually giggled. She knew that Xiao Hua was joking with her. 1,000 miles of land was covered in just a moment. When more than 10 large cities appeared on the ground in the distance, Xiao Hua knew that this must be the Misty School. Xiao Hua's figure stopped in the air. His gaze swept across the ground, and his eyes actually revealed a trace of surprise. Xiao Hua's figure was a boundless mountainous area. On the mountainous area, there were more than 10 cities with different shapes. Between these cities, there was a river that separated them. Above the river, there was a mist that looked like it was evaporating. Looking at these more than 10 large cities, they were built with large bluestone stones. The bluestone stones were engraved with runes. These runes emitted various colors of brilliance under the sun. Although it was faint, as the brilliance flashed, an obscure fluctuation attracted countless amounts of world's origin chi to descend. All of the large cities were shrouded in a layer of faint mist. Under the mist, there were tens of thousands of different forms of the world. Whether it was an endless stream of horses and carriages, or a weaving stream of people, it was noisy and bustling. Xiao Hua didn't open his illusion breaker eyes. He only used his divine sense to sweep across. He had already sensed that the world's origin chi within a few thousand miles was abnormally dense. Not only was the world's origin chi of water flowing on the ground like water dragons, even the large cities had a dense earth origin chi of heaven and earth like a black turtle nailed to the ground. A kind of majestic feeling was born out of thin air, as if a giant mountain was standing in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. C. Xiao Hua's Misty School's sect protecting array actually gave him the feeling of seeing a mountain peak on the flat ground. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, the Misty School's array is indeed powerful. This water flow should be a transformation of the innate divine restriction array. Those large cities are also the structure of the Earth Clan Soul Condensing Array. Of course, these two arrays can't be considered complete. They aren't even 30% of the divine restriction array. However, the Misty School was able to ingeniously combine these two arrays. It is really rare. The Misty School is indeed worthy of being one of the three great schools of the ruins. I just don't know, is this Misty School related to the Misty School in this Xiao's memory? Boom boom boom. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, dazzling sparks flew out from the large cities at the same time. These sparks landed in the air and transformed into the words, "Welcome Spiritual Master Xiao to the Misty School." Then, woo-woo. There was a burst of sobbing sound of water. Water vapor flew out from the Ping River. This water vapor rushed into the air and burst open. Within 100 miles, petals condensed from water vapor flashed under the sunlight, sparkling and translucent. In the end there is still a guard of honor. Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua not know that this was the Misty School welcoming him? He also understood in his heart that since he left the Misty School's teleportation array, even if Bo Yun didn't send a message, how could the disciple guarding the teleportation array not report his whereabouts to the school? Moreover, he didn't see any patrolling disciples along the way, so of course they were deliberately avoiding him. Following a burst of music from the central city, a waterfall that was several miles long flew out from the city. This waterfall was like a grassland blown by the spring wind. Grass and flowers were born from the waterfall and quickly spread out in the air. In the blink of an eye, it landed below Xiao Hua's feet. At the same time, a voice that was even more beautiful than the music came from the waterfall. Misty School's Lu Wuxie greets Spiritual Master Xiao. Chapter 41-35. Then, without waiting for the sound to dissipate, countless grass and flowers flew out from the waterfall and gathered in the air to form a human figure more than 10 zhang tall. The human figure slowly shrank. The grass turned into white skin, and the flowers turned into a spring beauty. In just the blink of an eye, a charming woman wearing colorful clothes appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Her lips were slightly curled, and she had a faint smile on her face. The woman's gaze landed on the somewhat dumbstruck Xiao Hua's face. Then, she smiled sweetly. This smile was unparalleled. It was as if a group of butterflies had spread their wings from the corner of the woman's eyebrows, taking away the color of the entire world. Behind the woman, the flowers and plants were moving and clouds were being born. 10 some men and women of different ages were dressed in different clothes. Their faces were filled with curiosity as their gazes fell on Xiao Hua's body. Sect Master Lu. Xiao Hua was a little absent-minded, and almost stuttered. But in an instant, he shook his head and came to his senses. A wry smile appeared on his face as he cupped his hands and said, "Fortune Gates Xiao Hua greets Sect Master Lu." But Sect Master Lu's joke is a little too big. Hee. The woman's lips trembled slightly as she replied, "I know that Daoist Xiao doesn't like etiquette, so I didn't dare to make it public. But since Daoist Xiao is coming to my Misty School for the first time, how can I not leave a deep impression on Daoist Xiao? All right." Xiaohua smiled. Sect Master Lu has left a deep impression on me. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to forget. That's good. Lu Wuxia stretched out her hand, and a cloud-like handkerchief appeared, covering her mouth. She raised her other hand and said, "These are my Misty School's elders and hall masters." When they heard that the famous Daoist Xiao was coming, they were all excited and came out to welcome him. I had no choice but to bring them here. I am Xiaohua, greetings fellow Daoists. Xiaohua naturally couldn't be negligent, and greeted everyone with a smile. We greet Daoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiaohua was extremely humble, which was very different from his reputation, the group of cultivators were also happy and bowed. First, a simple greeting. I'll continue later. Lu Wuxia's voice sounded very graceful, but her tone was unquestionable. Spiritual Master Xiao, please come with me. Sect Leader Lu, please. Xiaohua raised his hand, and a series of chimes rang out. The flowers and plants in the air swayed, and Xiaohua, Lu Wuxia, and the rest landed in the center of the city. Under the clouds and mist, the scenery in the city was naturally different from what one could see outside. The palaces, pavilions, and flowers were all incomparably exquisite. The male and female disciples flying around in the scenery were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were even more beautiful than in a painting. When Xiaohua landed, there was another huge palace. There weren't many decorations in this palace, and there weren't any ordinary tables. There were only all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit flowers. Even the walls of the palace were painted with countless strange flowers and plants. It was really a kingdom of flowers. Looking at the sky above the palace, there was a rising sun hanging high in the sky, and layers of clouds floating in the sky. A cool breeze brushed past one's face, and bursts of flower fragrance assailed one's nostrils. Xiaohua looked around and sighed. Sect Leader Lu, this Xiao has guessed countless times what it would be like to enter the Misty School, but I've never thought that the Misty School would be like this. Oh. Why did Spiritual Master Xiao guess countless times? Could it be that Spiritual Master Xiao has long wanted to come to my Misty School? Lu Wuxia's two innocent eyes stared at Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Xiaohua smiled. Indeed. I won't hide it from Sect Leader Lu, this Xiao also has a Misty School in this Xiao's memory. However, this Xiao doesn't remember what that Misty School looks like. So when this Xiao heard that there was a Misty School in ruins, this Xiao naturally wanted to come and visit Sect Leader Lu. So that's how it is. Lu Wuxia nodded and asked probingly. But, looking at Spiritual Master Zhao's expression, it seems like you're disappointed. There's disappointment, but there's also a pleasant surprise. Xiaohua smiled. Ping Zhang's Misty School doesn't seem to be the Misty School that this Xiao was looking for. However, Sect Leader Lu's Misty School has opened this Xiao's eyes. Hee, that's good. Lu Wuxia covered her mouth and smiled again. She looked around and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, other than coming to see if my Misty School is the Misty School in Spiritual Master Zhao's memory, is there anything else? Naturally, I want to exchange my cultivation with Sect Leader Lu. I hope that Sect Leader Lu's experience can give this Xiao some enlightenment. Xiaohua smiled and replied. It's inevitable that we'll interact with each other. I heard that Spiritual Master Xiao came from outside the realm, so I've always wanted to visit. Later, I heard that the Fortune Gate's disciples are brave and good at fighting, much stronger than the disciples of ruins, so I'm even more envious. Lu Wuxia said again. However, before that, the elders and hall masters have many questions that they want to ask Spiritual Master Xiao. I hope that Spiritual Master Xiao will not be stingy with his guidance. After saying that, Lu Wuxia waved her hand and dozens of flower buds appeared in the hall. These flower buds bloomed, revealing a pink jade chair. Lu Wuxia smiled and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, please sit." Sect Leader Lu, please. Xiao Hua politely raised his hand and the two of them sat down. The elders and hall masters of the Misty School also sat down. Xiao Hua looked around and said with a smile, "He, fellow Taoists, please speak. This Xiao will tell you everything he knows." "Spiritual Master Xiao, which realm did you come from?" A woman hurriedly said. This concubine heard that Spiritual Master came from the 3 continents, but this concubine searched the Moon God realm, Taibai Star realm, Gingri Morning realm and other nearby realms, but there seems to be no record of the 3 continents. Fellow Taoists' first question has stumped this Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Xiao was originally teleporting, but the teleportation channel suddenly changed. This Xiao came out of the collapsed teleportation channel with great difficulty, but was already in the ruins. This Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, and where the ruins are. Why is this Xiao doing his best to fight against the devil race with the disciples of ruins? It's because I want to quickly find the teleportation formation to return to the 3 continents. So Spiritual Master Xiao is already lost. An even prettier female cultivator said with a smile. However, if Spiritual Master Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, how can you find the teleportation formation? Without the teleportation formation, with Spiritual Master Xiao's strength at the 9th stage of the Tao transformation realm, it's impossible for him to not get lost while flying in the starry sky. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, this Xiao knows all this, but it's hard to leave one's homeland. If there's a trace of opportunity, this Xiao will look for it. Even if this Xiao fails, this Xiao will still try. Also, an older male cultivator asked again, Spiritual Master Xiao, it said that when you came to the ruins, you seemed to be alone. How did you suddenly get 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples? What kind of spatial magic treasure do you have in your hand that can hold so many people? This. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He said with a smile, this Xiao's magic treasure is called Kunlun mirror. Clear sky mirror. It's really this supreme treasure. How is this possible? Before Xiao Hua could speak, the group of Misty School cultivators couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Even Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a strange look. After the group of cultivators recovered from their shock, they looked at Lu Wuxia, obviously afraid of something. Lu Wuxia raised her hand and pointed at the ground. Countless tender leaves flew out and turned into a green whirlwind that covered the entire hole. Then, Lu Wuxia asked softly, Spiritual Master Xiao, do the 3 continents belong to the Wenchang Sage domain or the Heavens Equal Tao realm? You. Which supreme treasure is this? Where did you get it from? Wenchang Sage domain. Heavens Equal Tao realm. Xiao Hua was stunned. He knew where these 2 realms were. He smiled and said, everyone is wrong. I's magic treasure is the heaven-raising mirror. It has nothing to do with the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. As he said that, Xiao Hua circulated his magic power, and the Kunlun mirror emitted a faint yellow light. Oh! Looking at the Kunlun mirror's light, Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a look of understanding. She smiled and said, so it's not a divine item like the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. You really gave I a fright. That's. Xiao Hua kept the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, I's just a Tao actualization realm cultivator. How could I get such a divine item? But. Xiao Hua's tone changed again, and he said curiously, in my 3 continents, there seems to be a legend of the Kunlun mirror and the clear sky mirror. But these 2 divine items seem to be 2 different things. Everyone, why did you call out two names when you saw this inconspicuous magic treasure of mine? This. The group of cultivators hesitated again. Lu Wuxia thought for a while and said with a smile, "From what I know, the Wenchang Sage Domain has the Clear Sky Mirror, and the Heavens Equal Tao Realm has the Kunlun Mirror. These two are supreme treasures of the realm. But these two supreme treasures are exactly the same. Even their power and effects are the same. The two realms have caused many waves because of this." Daoist Xiao suddenly took out a spatial magic treasure that is similar to these two supreme treasures. Naturally, I was shocked. Sigh, Daoist Xiao, I really hope that you came from these two realms. Just by relying on the supreme treasures of the realms, I'm afraid that you can scare the devil race away. Unfortunately, my ruins is just an extremely remote corner of the cultivation world. I see. Xiao Hua smiled. Although he understood why the cultivators of the Misty School called the Kunlun Mirror by two names, he was even more confused. In the hidden immortal continent, the Kunlun Mirror was clearly the Kunlun Mirror, and the Clear Sky Mirror was clearly the Clear Sky Mirror. Although Xiao Hua had never seen what the Clear Sky Mirror looked like, looking at Sun Jian's appearance, these two magic treasures were probably different. Of course, what made Xiao Hua even more confused was that he clearly had the Kunlun Mirror in his hand, and the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Palace also had the Clear Sky Mirror. Why were there also the Clear Sky Mirror and the Kunlun Mirror in the Wenchang Sage Domain and the Heavens Equal Tao Realm? Could it be that the one in his hand was a fake? Forget it, forget it. I don't care if it's fake or not. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled. He didn't have any foundation. Obtaining such a magic treasure was already extremely lucky. Who cared if it was real or not? Chapter 4136. Hearing Lu Wuxia's words, Xiao Hua smiled and said to Lu Wuxia, "Sect Master Lu, don't be impatient. Although there aren't any famous cultivators in the ruins, the unity of the cultivators in the ruins is what we rely on the most. Hundreds of sects will work together to resist the demons. If 1 year isn't enough, then 10 years, then 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. As long as one of us is alive, as long as this person is still alive, we won't let the demons take a single step into the ruins." Good. Lu Wuxia clapped her hands and praised, "Our human race has such integrity as Daoist Xiao said. We will definitely be able to keep the demons out of the ruins." "Sect Master Lu, you flatter me." Xiao Hua said humbly, "This Xiao is just saying." On the front line of the war, the disciples of the ruins used their blood and lives to carry out the mission. They are the true integrity of the human race. That's right, Daoist Xiao is right. Lu Wuxia said in admiration, "I have always been thinking and hoping that the Moon God Palace or other realms would be able to help us. However, I didn't expect that the one who can truly resist the demons is ourselves." Lu Wuxia asked again, "That's right, I also have a question. Who was the demon emperor that trapped Daoist Xiao that day? What about the fierce battle that day? Can Daoist Xiao tell us in detail?" "Of course." Xiao Hua nodded and told them about the fierce battle at the White Cloud Monastery. Finally, after some thought, he also told them about the battle at Mount Yong'an. The cultivators were dumbfounded. After all, they had heard of the strength of the zombies and had even fought against the demons of the zombies. However, they had never seen a demon emperor that could turn all the disciples of Mount Yong'an into zombies. The death of hundreds of thousands of disciples was nothing in their eyes. However, when they thought of hundreds of thousands or millions of disciples being controlled by a witch and doing things they didn't know, these cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Their expressions changed slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, it said that a foot-tall demon is 10 feet tall. However, demons are demons, and we humans are humans. Humans have hot-bloodedness, humanity, ambition, and fighting spirit. This is something that the demons can't compare to. Even though the zombies are powerful, they are nothing before the fighting spirit of the human race and the divine abilities of the Daoist cultivators. With the help of a few of my good friends and Shindao sect Master Yun, the matter of Yong and Mountain was easily settled. If it were you, it would have been the same. That's right. Lu Wuxia quickly chimed in with a smile. Our Misty School has long passed down a secret technique. As long as you cultivate it, you won't be taken advantage of by the zombies. At this point, Lu Wuxia's eyebrows turned and she asked curiously, why is Yun Che also going to Mount Yong'an? Why didn't he come to Pingjiang? Sect Master Yun is in a hurry to return to the sect. Judging from Lu Wuxia's tone, it sounded like she was on good terms with Yun Che. Xiao Hua couldn't help but recall Yun Che's earlier tone. Xiao Hua smiled thoughtfully and said, the Assembly Hall has received news that the Devil Race might launch a large-scale attack on High Dawn Peak. How is that possible? Lu Wuxia smiled. Yun Che's worries are groundless. If the Devil Race attacks High Dawn Peak, they'll reveal their true intentions. Our ruins and the Devil Race will have to fight to the death, and the current situation doesn't seem to have reached that stage yet. This Xiao thinks so too. Xiao Hua nodded. But at this time, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. It was as if a giant hand had thrown the entire Pingjiang into a pot of boiling water. Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly. He looked at Lu Wuxia in disbelief. A trace of understanding flashed through Lu Wuxia's eyes. She hurriedly raised a hand and pointed. A dark green brilliance rushed into the top of the hole. Then, as if the color had faded, the sunlight and white clouds in the hall disappeared with a whoosh. A sky covered in devil clouds suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A diversion. Xiao Hua couldn't help but tremble. At this point, how could he not know what the Devil Race was planning? The Demon Race had spread the news that they were going to attack the Godly Knife faction. They had secretly sent their army to Ping River. While the attention of the conference hall was focused on the Xian Chao Peak, they were going to attack the Misty Sect. Moreover, Xiaohua really admired his own luck. If he had stayed at Yong and Mountain, or followed Yun Che to Shindao Sect, it would have been fine. But he just had to come to Misty School, and just had to encounter the Devil Race besieging Pingjiang. Looking at Lu Wuxia again, it was only a moment of surprise before her eyes flashed with a stern look. She calmly said, "It's actually the time for a decisive battle. This sect master has underestimated the Devil Race. Although they don't have any humanity, they also have brains. Normal cultivators know how to make a diversion, but there aren't many who can use it so well. Many elders of my discussion hall, sect master. It seems like we have to face the wall and reflect on our mistakes again. Everyone. We're here." The cultivators of Misty School all stood up and bowed in response. Lu Wuxia slowly stood up. Her eyes looked at the devil figures in the sky, and her tone was abnormally stern as she said, "The Devil Race attacked my Misty School with the intention of establishing their power. They want to eliminate my Misty School from Pingjiang. If we want to live, if we don't want to become the Devil Race's puppet, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Although the Devil Race's attack was sudden and caught us unprepared, how can the Devil Race underestimate our Misty School after so many years of fighting experience? How can we let the Devil Race succeed? Especially, the heaven-sent Daoist Xiao, who is feared by the Devil Race, to Pingjiang. With Daoist Xiao and this sect master here, even if the Devil Race's Devil Emperor personally comes, you all don't have to worry." Everyone, this sect master won't say any more superfluous words. If you want to live, you have to kill the devil race. The more you kill, the more likely you will be able to survive this war. Kill. Kill. The cultivators naturally understood the importance of this battle, and didn't need Lu Wuxia to say anything. However, when Lu Wuxia specifically mentioned Xiaohua's name, the cultivators' eyes lit up. Not to mention the Fortune Gate's lightning boat's power, who knew how many devils they had killed in the past 10 years, Xiaohua being able to fight against the Devil Emperor for more than 10 years and still survive was enough to make them feel at ease and excited. Following that, the cultivators left one after another. Obviously, Lu Wuxia had already made arrangements, and she didn't need to personally instruct them on how to attack. Daoist Xiao. Lu Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the devil clouds covering 10,000 li of Pingjiang. Moreover, the devil qi within the devil clouds flickered with blood-red light. She said, "In today's battle, we will need Daoist Xiao's lightning power to resist the devil race. If we can block the devil race outside Pingjiang, my Misty School will definitely reward you handsomely. There's no need to say such polite words." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Since this Xiao has mistakenly entered the ruins, and now that this Xiao has arrived at the Misty School, this Xiao is going to kill the devil race. This is the mandate of heaven, and it's an action that benefits both sides. There's no need to ask for anything in return. All right. Daoist Xiao, please come with me." Lu Wuxia raised her hand, and a light projection appeared in the sky. "If there is a devil emperor leading the army, I hope Daoist Xiao can help." Xiaohua nodded and rushed out of the hall with the light projection. However, Xiaohua had only flown a few feet when he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and asked curiously, "Sect Master Lu, this Xiao has something that I don't understand, please enlighten me." "Daoist Xiao, please speak." Lu Wuxia was a little absent-minded as she released her divine sense to check the surroundings. Xiaohua also released his divine sense and asked, "Previously, this Xiao found something strange in the Eternal Peace Mountain. The Eternal Peace Mountain sect master might not be in the Tao Transformation Realm, but what about his seniors? Don't tell me none of them are in the Tao Transformation Realm. If they had a little bit of foundation, they wouldn't have been killed by a devil emperor, right? Of course, the Eternal Peace Mountain sect is a small sect in the southwest and may not have any outstanding talents. However, the Misty School is a large sect in the ruins. Could it be that Sect Master Lu is the only one who can deal with a devil emperor? What about the other seniors of your sect?" As he spoke, Lu Wuxia's beautiful eyes fell from the demonic clouds in the sky. She looked deeply at Xiaohua and replied, "Could it be that the seniors of the three continents, after reaching the 9th stage of the Tao Transformation Realm, they all stayed in the sect?" This. Xiaohua frowned. He really didn't know how to answer this question. After all, he was only a low-level cultivator on the Dawn Rain continent and didn't know much about the foundation of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, from the powerful divine sense that flashed from the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua knew that the Imperial Thunder sect definitely had elders at the nascent Soul Realm and above who stayed in the Sky Thunder Peak. Of course, if the elders reached the Tao Transformation Realm and were about to undergo tribulation, they would naturally go to the immortal world and not stay in the sect. As for the hidden immortal continent, there was no such thing as a sect for Tao sect cultivators. High-level cultivators should go to the Penglai immortal realm. The situation of these two places was completely different from the ruins. There was no comparison. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua replied, "If the seniors of the three continents reach the 9th stage of the Tao Transformation Realm, they naturally can't stay in the sect. They have to go to places like the Moon God Palace to continue cultivating. As for those seniors who can't break through to the 9th stage of the Tao Transformation Realm, they can stay in the sect." "I see." Lu Wuxia nodded and said, I understand. The three continents have abundant qi of heaven and earth, so the management of the realms is lax. That's why these seniors stay in the sect. However, the ruins is an extremely remote place in the cultivation world under the jurisdiction of the Moon God Palace. Any seniors who break through to the 9th stage of the Tao transformation realm have to go to the Moon God Palace to be selected. It's best if they can enter the Moon God Palace, but if they can't return and have to go to other realms to find opportunities. As for those seniors who can't break through, the Moon God Palace has strict rules. They can't stay in their original sect for too long. Actually, there's no need for these rules. The resources in the ruins are limited. High-level seniors consume 10 times or even 100 times more resources than ordinary disciples. For the sake of the younger disciples, these seniors usually leave the ruins. I understand. Xiaohua sighed. This sacrifice is respectable. However, in times of crisis, when the devil race invades, they can't help the sect escape. There's no need to borrow the power of the seniors in the sect. Lu Wuxia answered indifferently. If the ruins can't even get rid of the encirclement of such a small devil race, then, even if the ruins are destroyed, so what? Chapter 4137. Listening to Lu Wuxia's indifference and resolute determination, Xiaohua sighed. The position of sect master wasn't a position that any random cultivator could assume. Thinking of Xiong Yi, Sun Jian, and Lu Wuxia, Xiaohua knew that he wasn't the kind of person who could judge the situation and treat the Fortune Gate's disciples as mere pawns. After Lu Wuxia finished speaking, she didn't say anything else and looked up at the sky. In the time it took for her to say a few words, the devilish clouds covering the sky changed even more. Previously, the devilish clouds were mixed with traces of blood, but now, not only did the devilish clouds completely cover the sky, the entire Ping River was even darker than the night sky. Even the traces of blood had turned into a blood river, flowing freely within the devilish clouds. The strange thing was that the blood river emitted a dazzling blood-red light, reflecting the darkness and making it seem even more bloody. One could actually see vengeful spirits and devils within the blood-red light. The devils were densely packed, more numerous than the mud and sand in the Ping River. Moreover, these devils were emitting strange roars. The roars were different from the roars of wandering souls, but they were equally frightening. Xiaohua lowered his head to look at the Misty School. At this time, the Misty School's sect protecting Grand Formation had been activated. Layers of dazzling treasure-like lights bloomed in the dozen or so cities. These treasure-like lights soared into the sky, looking like holy flowers. However, at the core of these flowers, there was the shape of a raccoon. Of course, these raccoons weren't complete, but the petals of these flowers were unusually swaying. Within the treasure-like lights of the sect protecting Grand Formation, there were huge flower-like streams flowing out. Xiaohua understood that this was the purest earth-attributed origin energy. The treasure-like lights of the dozen or so cities had already intertwined with each other, and the crystal-like objects were also circulating between the sect protecting Grand Formation. Every time they made a full circle, they would soar one zhang into the sky. At the same time, the ground would rumble, and a powerful, heavy, and invincible attack would soar into the sky. Not only that, the Ping River between the dozen or so cities was also different from before. Sparkling and translucent pythons were born from the Ping River. Following the flickering of the treasure-like lights above the cities, they also flowed rhythmically within the clan Earth Soul consolidating formation. Every time they made a full circle, the extremely soft water-attributed origin energy of the world would become denser, and the light blue brilliance would also become brighter. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire Ping River seemed to have fused into one, perfectly protecting the entire Misty School. A kind of reassuring aura gradually diffused under the treasure-like light. Wang Wang. When the treasure-like light of the clan Earth Soul Consolidating Formation soared 100 zhang into the sky, it slowly stopped. The entire treasure-like light slowly rotated again, and the entire ground shook greatly. Then, under Xiao Hua's stupefied gaze, the dozen or so cities slowly rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Not only did the cities fly out, but they also gradually changed in the treasure-like light, and finally turned into a fortress. And inside this fortress, all of the Misty School's disciples held their treasures and stood in various places. Their faces were solemn, and their hearts were filled with determination to face the demon race. Under the city, the dozen or so huge pits once again let out a different kind of rumbling sound. Dozens of water-attributed origin energy of the world condensed into liquid form rushed out, roaring as they transformed into leopards. Dozens of winnowing basket heart cleansing formations quickly took shape. Moreover, these dozens of winnowing basket heart cleansing formations slowly expanded in all directions, fusing together with the python from before. The entire ground emitted a dazzling water-blue brilliance, and this brilliance shot straight towards the blood-colored formation in the sky. Damn, this is really a big deal. Xiao Hua's mouth was a bit dry. Although he was proficient in the clan Earth Soul Consolidating Formation and the winnowing basket heart cleansing formation, he had never seen an entire sect that spanned several thousand li into two formations. At this time, he also understood why the Misty School was not built on top of a mountain. How is it? Beside him, Lu Wuxia looked at Xiao Hua's expression and did not forget to ask arrogantly, "Can my Misty School's sect protecting formation withstand the demon race's invasion?" Ha ha ha, if this clan Earth Soul Consolidating Formation and the winnowing basket heart cleansing formation cannot withstand the demon race's invasion, then I don't think there is any other sect in the ruins that can withstand the demon race's invasion. At this time, how could Xiao Hua extinguish Lu Wuxia's fighting spirit? Oh. Daoist Xiao also knows about the clan Earth Soul Consolidating Formation and the winnowing basket heart cleansing formation. A trace of surprise flashed through Lu Wuxia's eyes, but after this surprise, there was a kind of ecstasy. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded, of course. Then, Lu Wuxia's breathing became a bit hurried again. She lowered her voice and asked, "How does it compare to Daoist Zhao's capital star formation?" Lu Wuxia's words did not sound very methodical, as if she did not have a head or a brain, but Xiao Hua understood the meaning behind her words. He smiled and said, "If Master Lu is willing, this Xiao can teach these two formations, just like the capital star formation to the Misty School." Great! Lu Wuxia understood that Xiao Hua was talking about the Misty School and not Lu Wuxia. She knew that this was a kind of trade, and the Misty School had to pay a price to obtain it. However, she was still wild with joy. Once these demons are defeated, my Misty School will pay a price that will satisfy Daoist Xiao. Boom! What was even more shocking than Lu Wuxia's determination was the simultaneous explosion in the sky. Even people as strong as Xiao Hua and Lu Wuxia couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat, and the blood in their bodies tightened. At this time, the sky was already filled with a sea of blood, and the demonic clouds from before had turned into spots, scattered around the edge of the sea of blood. The huge explosion was coming from these demonic clouds. As Xiao Hua's spiritual will swept across, 108 huge devil drums appeared in the devil clouds. Behind the devil drums were 108 huge devil clansmen. These devil clansmen were different from the ones Xiao Hua had seen before. They were all skeletons. Moreover, these bone demons had different appearances, none of them were humanoid. The edges of the huge demonic drums were covered with dark demonic runes that could swallow light, and there were also strange demonic beast totems on the drums. When the huge bones of the bone demons hit the demonic drums, the demonic beast totems emitted strange fluctuations, and once the fluctuations fell into the sky, they immediately exploded in the sky, turning the nearby heaven and earth yuan qi into powder. The fluctuations rushed into the earth soul condensing formation and the winnowing basket heart cleansing formation. The brilliance of the two formations flickered in the midst of the beating of the drums, like a candle in the wind. Xiaohua's heart and blood were also beating wildly. He hurriedly circulated his magic power to resist, and Lu Wuxia's face was also somewhat unsightly. This was because within the formations, there were already some low-level disciples whose bodies had exploded due to the beating of the drums. The two incomplete formations were not able to completely block the attack of the demonic drums. However, in just a moment, a sound like seeds sprouting, like green leaves sprouting, came from the 10 fortresses. Although this sound was not loud, it was very tenacious, and the light that was trembling in the midst of the beating of the drums also became brighter. Immediately after, the sound of water splashing could be heard again, like a mountain flowing in the rhythm of the drums. In an instant, the blood in Xiaohua's body also began to rejoice. Dong, dong, dong. The 108 demonic drums were naturally unwilling to be outdone, and they began to beat again. Layers upon layers of mountain-like ripples descended from the sky and smashed into the spell formation. Not only did these ripples destroy the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, even cracks appeared in the void. Hong hong. When this fluctuation landed on Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia's bodies, it naturally turned into dust. However, when it landed on the formations, it was different. Although the 10 fortresses remained motionless in the air, their light rapidly shrank, and they were on the verge of being extinguished. Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia did not make a move. They only watched indifferently. Sure enough, after half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the storm of fluctuations gradually weakened, and the power of the plants and water began to grow tenaciously again. The entire earth was once again filled with vitality. GGA. At this time, a strange laughter came from high up in the sky, and 1,000 zhang tall demonic body appeared in an extremely strange manner. This demonic body looked like a shadow, and it was faintly floating in the sea of blood. However, the demonic horns on its forehead and the black wings on its back emitted a similar light, and it actually had a hint of holiness. The human race is indeed interesting. To actually be able to draw out such a strange power. The demonic emperor's voice was extremely enticing, and within 10,000 miles of space, tiny demonic runes appeared. If one's divine sense or eyes fell on these runes, they would actually be able to see the image of a man and a woman. It's a pity that this power is too weak in the eyes of my devil race. Human race, contribute your blood and life. As the demonic emperor spoke, the demonic runes in the space began to expand rapidly, and one after another, white flesh appeared from the demonic runes. Scenes of shame also appeared in the demonic runes. Pu. In the fortress, there were actually some disciples of the Misty School who couldn't resist the temptation and raised their hands to slap their own foreheads. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and they turned into corpses. Damn it! Lu Wuxia gritted her teeth and raised her hands. Just as she was about to make a move, there was a rumbling sound, and within several thousand miles of space, lightning flashed. The tens of thousands of demonic runes turned into dust, and only wisps of demonic qi remained. Gidge, this must be Daoist Master Shao of the Fortune Gate. The wings on the back of the Devil Emperor's robe spread open, and he approached as if he was flying. His charming laughter actually caused Xiaohua's heart to heat up. Your Dao Gate's lightning technique is indeed powerful. In a moment this emperor wants to experience it. But right now, this emperor is not in the mood to fight with you. Shua. As the Devil Emperor's wings fluttered, countless demonic flames flew out from his wings and fell on the blood formation like raindrops. Paw 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 paw. The sound of rain hitting banana leaves rang out in the sky. Although this sound was soft, it could be heard clearly amidst the beating of the demonic drums. Then, where the demonic flames fell, countless rivers of blood poured down in torrents, falling towards the 10 fortresses of the Mishti school. Chapter 4138. ZZZT. Within 10,000 miles of space, an unpleasant stench filled the air, and the Earth's soul condensing array's brilliance was quickly extinguished. Ayo. In just a moment, a series of roars came from the winnowing basket heart cleansing array. The water current was even crazier than a python or dragon as it rushed into the blood sea. ZZZT. ZZZT. Just as the winnowing basket heart cleansing array blocked the blood sea, the sound of rats chewing on wood came from the blood sea. Every drop of blood in the blood sea flashed with dark demonic chi, and as if a door had been opened, demons that looked very similar to the demon emperor flew out from the blood sea. Xiao Hua saw these demons clearly. They were the same kind of demons that he had killed at the teleportation hub when he had just arrived at the ruins. I see. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the demon emperor that was approaching the blood sea. He thought to himself, no wonder the demon emperor knows this Xiao's name. It must be because those demons were killed, and he didn't receive any message from them. Since that's the case, today will be a bloody battle. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua transmitted his voice to Lu Wuxia, Sect Master Lu, what are we waiting for? The demon emperor is right in front of us. Why don't we work together to kill it? Lu Wuxia was a little hesitant, but he also transmitted his voice, with our strength, we should be able to kill this demon emperor. However, this demon emperor is a demon that is good at escaping through space. It's impossible for us to block it and kill it. I just thought about it. We can only kill it if we lure it into the winnowing basket heart cleansing array. All right. Xiao Hua nodded, we'll do as you say. You and I will attack and force it into the winnowing basket heart cleansing array. As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a thunderbolt as sharp as a blade instantly cut the blood river in half. Moreover, the demons in the blood river were all turned into powder. Seeing this, Lu Wuxia also waved her sleeves, and countless green dots of light flew out, covering the space within a dozen li. The dots of light then turned into mung bean-sized seeds that fell into the blood river. When they exploded, they also exterminated the demon race. Woo woo. The two of them moved at the same time, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Two sharp auras broke through the blood river and pounced towards the demon emperor in the sky. At this moment, the demons flying out of the blood river brandished their demonic aura and spat out demonic flames. Like locusts blotting out the sky and covering the earth, they pounced on the dozen or so huge fortresses of the Mishti school. Similarly, the Mishti school disciples who had been charging up in the fortresses also charged forward under the cover of the brilliance of the earth soul condensing formation. Rumble. A rumbling sound that shook tens of thousands of miles resounded. Many severed limbs flew out along with the miserable screams. However, these horrifying screams appeared especially vivid amidst the sound of the demonic drum. It was as if this blood and life were born for this demonic drum that shook one's spirit. Outside the fortresses, the Misty School disciples were risking their lives to fight. Inside the fortresses, the Misty School disciples were also desperately circulating their Jinyuan. Sounds of shwa 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 could be heard from the fortresses. One after another, raccoon-shaped lights flew out of the fortresses, roaring as they pounced towards the demons. The earth and yellow raccoon-shaped lights were actually very powerful. Every time a demon was enveloped by these lights, their pitch-black bodies would melt like snow, quickly turning into a pool of demonic blood. After a short while, all kinds of demon generals, demon marshals, and demon kings flew out of the blood river. The fighting strength of these demons was clearly a lot stronger than before, and the demonic aura in the entire space surged crazily. Kill! Roars of anger could be heard coming from the fortresses. The high-level disciples of the Misty School rushed out on their magic tools. Rays of light soared into the sky, and magic treasures collided with demonic tools, causing even the earth to shake. The Misty School disciples were desperately fighting. Xiaohua and Lu Wuxia were already closing in on the Demon Emperor. Although Xiaohua's divine sense was corroded by the blood array, his divine sense was very vigorous. With a sweep of his divine sense, he was able to force the blood array away. Although the Demon Emperor's figure was drifting, Xiaohua's divine sense was still able to sense it. Seeing that they were closing in on the Demon Emperor, Xiaohua rubbed his hands, and several crystal lights fell into the void. Hong long long. Thunder rumbled, and the space within 1,000 miles boiled. Following the thunder, the Demon Emperor's figure could no longer hide in the void, and a huge demonic body flashed with a strange brilliance. Around this demonic body, there was a layer of spatial distortion, and within this distortion, there was an extremely dark demonic aura flowing out of it. Kill! Xiaohua sneered coldly. He grabbed at the air and a 100-meter-long streak of sword light appeared in front of the Demon Emperor's chest 100 kilometers away. The sword light streaked across the sky and slashed towards the Demon Emperor with incomparable sharpness. However, just as the sword light entered the Demon Emperor's chest, the demonic aura around the Demon Emperor's body slightly stirred. Unknowingly, the space distorted, and even the sword light was torn apart. Damn it! Xiaohua roared, and with a push of his palms, the sword light pierced through again. GGA! The Demon Emperor sneered, and the demonic aura around his body surged. At the same time, the spatial distortion became even more severe. Every time Xiaohua's sword light advanced an inch, the sword light would be torn apart an inch. By the time the entire sword light disappeared, the Demon Emperor was still not injured in the slightest. The renowned Taoist Master Xiao only has this much divine ability. The Demon Emperor sneered, and with a wave of his hand, a seemingly solid ripple flashed from his withered arm. The ripple streaked across the sky, and a spatial crack slashed towards Xiaohua like a sword. Not good. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. This Demon Emperor is much more powerful than the Demon Monarch from before. Moreover, spatial manipulation is the innate divine ability of the demon race. This Xiao has only comprehended a few domains. How can I be this guy's opponent? However, seeing the spatial crack slashing towards him, Xiaohua was not afraid. He raised his hand, and a huge illusory palm flew out, and grabbed the spatial crack like the hand of a Yuanying. Hong! With a loud sound, the spatial crack was crushed by the huge hand, and the hand also turned into nothingness. CSI. At this time, Lu Wuxia also flew to the other side of the Demon Emperor. With a wave of her hand, she took out an emerald green branch. As the branch danced, specks of light flew out, and these specks of light fell into the air, turning into flowers. These flowers were extremely beautiful, and there were even dewdrops on them. However, the flowers emitted a powerful aura that swept away all the demon qi within a 10-li radius. Kill! Lu Wuxia also shouted, and the flowers spun as they flew towards the Demon Emperor's abdomen. The Demon Emperor was currently using his demon qi to fight against Xiaohua's technique, and now that he was being forced by Lu Wuxia, he seemed to be overwhelmed. In a hurry, the Demon Emperor opened his mouth, and with a mouthful of dirty blood spurted out. This dirty blood turned into a blood demon that pounced towards the flowers. At this time, the blood demon within 100 li of the blood demon suddenly erupted, and like a flood, it poured into the blood demon's body. The blood demon's body suddenly expanded, and in a few breaths of time, it was already several hundred zhang tall. At this time, the flowers had already reached the blood demon's body. Pu. With a continuous sound, the flowers landed on the blood demon's body. The moment the flowers landed, they immediately turned into a layer of dark green net that quickly covered the blood demon. The blood demon's huge body shrank rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, it disappeared. Of course, the dark green brilliance also disappeared in the blood-red light. Seeing that Lu Wuxia's treasure did not work, Xiaohua coldly snorted. His hands formed a seal, and an obscure sound came from his mouth, like a dragon's roar. The space that was sealed by the Demon Emperor was being torn apart by Xiaohua's magic power, and pure heaven-earth yuan qi turned into crystal threads that fell into Xiaohua's seal. Ah! Not only was the Demon Emperor shocked, but Lu Wuxia was also stunned, and looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. Break! Along with the activation of Xiaohua's heavenly dragon speech technique, a strange fluctuation was generated from the left side of the Devil Emperor's devil body. Then, boom boom. The sound of explosion was generated in the distorted space. In this explosion, the Devil Emperor's devil body was blown to pieces. Damn it! The Demon Emperor obviously did not expect Xiaohua's technique to be able to destroy his body. He muttered and opened his mouth, and a fishy smell of demon qi came out. The Demon Emperor's body that was destroyed by Xiaohua suddenly moved, and like a crazy demon, they rushed towards Xiaohua. In fact, a small portion of the devils had even disappeared into the void. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the activation of his magic power, Hong. A four-colored beam of light shot out, AO. A series of miserable screams sounded, and all the demons were killed by the Kunlun mirror. Even the demons in the void turned into green smoke. After the little devil was destroyed, Xiaohua simply raised the Kunlun mirror. The four-colored light pillar once again soared into the sky and shone towards the Demon Emperor's heart. At the same time, Lu Wuxia hurriedly waved her hand again, and the emerald green branch left her hand, and turned into a big tree in midair, and pounced towards the Demon Emperor. The tree was several times more powerful than the flower just now. Not only did it destroy the blood river, it also cleared away the demon qi in the void. Woo! Facing the combined attack of two human experts, the Demon Emperor did not panic. He raised his hand, and a white bone the size of a mountain appeared out of nowhere. This white bone was covered with demonic runes, and the Demon Emperor waved the white bone, and endless demon qi came out of the white bone. Even the blood river in the blood array followed the white bone and rushed towards the emerald green tree. As for Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror, the Demon Emperor raised his left foot and kicked down. The beam of light landed on the Demon Emperor's left foot, and his entire left foot suddenly turned into a demon head. With a roar, the demon head swallowed the beam of light. At the same time, the demon head turned into a demonic cloud that was dozens of feet in size, and rapidly rotated. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light actually became dimmer and dimmer in this demonic cloud. Go! Seeing that the Kunlun mirror did not work, Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand, and a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, and like lightning, it struck the Demon Emperor's left leg. Facing the Tingjiao shears, even someone as strong as the Demon Emperor could not react in time. With a shwa sound, the Tingjiao shears struck the Demon Emperor's left leg. Under the golden light, the demonic runes on the Demon Emperor's body were split into two, and the broken demonic runes quickly disappeared. The Ting Jiao shears, which had transformed into a dragon, slightly flicked its dragon tail, and even the indestructible Demon Emperor's left leg was cut off by the Ting Jiao shears. Chapter 4139. Ao. The Demon Emperor's body swayed in pain, but it was only for a moment. Several pillars of demonic qi emerged from his broken leg, and a second later, a left calf appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Go! Xiao Hua took advantage of the situation and activated the soaring dragon shears again without hesitation. He was about to slash at the Demon Emperor's left calf, but at this moment, a sharp screech sounded in the air. Xiao Hua was alerted and immediately teleported to the left. However, just as Xiao Hua's figure was about to disappear, the vigilance in his heart grew even stronger. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He urged the lightning around his body, and the thunderclap ninth heaven instantly flew out. Just as Xiao Hua's figure flew out, a white bone that was even bigger than a mountain suddenly appeared in the void. Ah! Although this white bone only tore apart Xiao Hua's image, that heart-wrenching pain was already born, as if it had really pierced his waist. Ha! The Demon Emperor's voice suddenly turned into wild laughter. Daoist Xiao is only a so-so. Xiao Hua dodged the Demon Emperor's attack and his eyes flashed with anger. He didn't dare to restrain the lightning around him and shouted, "When did the demon race become so cunning? Could it be that after being killed by us humans a few times, you've become smarter? In that case, Demon Emperor, this Xiao will let you become smarter." After speaking, the lightning around Xiao Hua's body turned bronze again. Gurgle gurgle. In the space sealed by the blood formation, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Then, strands of the power of the stars and moon stubbornly rushed out of the demonic formation and crashed into Xiao Hua's body. Boom! Xiao Hua's body uncontrollably expanded. This is the power of the stars. In the distance, Lu Wuxia, who was controlling the power of the giant tree, saw the power of the stars and moon tearing the blood formation apart. The demonic qi was smashed into pieces by the power of the stars and moon. She couldn't help but open her mouth in shock and exclaim, "The power of the stars and moon. Xiao Hua, where did he come from? How can a Daoist cultivator control such a high level of star power?" While speaking, Lu Wuxia's gaze fell on the Kunlun mirror that was emitting the 4 pillars of light in the air. An indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Could this really be the Kunlun mirror? But as soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Lu Wuxia suddenly relaxed and laughed. How is that possible? How could the saint body of a heaven's equal realm saint fall into the cultivation world? Wouldn't a single finger of a saint be enough to make the cultivation world explode? While Lu Wuxia was guessing, Xiao Hua's avatar had already formed. He waved his hands and grabbed towards the Demon Emperor. Boom boom. Another series of thunderous roars sounded in the air. Within 1,000 miles, cracks in space appeared and rushed towards the Demon Emperor like a torrent. Ignorant child. The Demon Emperor was originally on guard, but when he saw Xiao Hua's spatial divine power, he sneered. The wings on his body suddenly flapped and the bone spikes on the wings pierced into the void. Boom boom boom. At the same time, more than 10 dragon-like vibrations appeared in the void. The space within 1,000 miles was crazily torn apart. Huge cracks pierced deeply into the spatial torrent created by Xiao Hua. Good. Seeing the Demon Emperor activating his wings, Lu Wuxia was overjoyed. She slapped the top of her head and a ball of 5-colored light shot out. A figure that looked exactly like Lu Wuxia appeared in the light and disappeared into the void in a flash. At the same time, the giant tree that was blocked by the Demon Emperor's white bone suddenly emitted the same 5-colored light. Then, a huge wooden sword was pulled out from the tree. The moment the wooden sword appeared, the blood river and demonic chi lost their color. Shwa! Endless wood element energy of heaven and earth appeared from nowhere. The wooden sword's light was dull and it pierced towards the demon emperor's chest. Not good. The demon emperor was shocked. As if he was extremely afraid of the wooden sword's power, another demonic arm grew out from under his armpit. It held another white bone in its hand and hurriedly used it to block in front of him. Chi! The wooden sword seemingly calmly touched the white bone. Suddenly, the white bone emitted a jade-green light. Within the light, layers of flesh and blood bloomed like lotuses. Then, a sage-like cultivator stood up from the flesh and blood. Behind the cultivator, hundreds of figures of men and women flashed. Then, paw. A series of crisp sounds rang out. It was like bamboo exploding in a fire. The light was extinguished and the white bone was broken inch by inch. Even the demonic arm of the demon emperor was broken. The demonic chi on the demonic arm also exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! The demon emperor cursed. His entire demonic arm suddenly broke off from his body. Paw. In an instant, the demonic arm exploded into hundreds of pieces. However, what caught Lu Wuxia off guard was that the moment the demonic arm appeared, the nearby demonic chi and blood river rushed in again. Ao. In an instant, the hundreds of demonic arms turned into hundreds of demon kings with demonic chi, pouncing towards Lu Wuxia. Compared to Lu Wuxia's soundless drizzle, Xiaohua's attack was earth-shattering. The demon emperor's bone spear flew up and collided with Xiaohua's domain. The space within 1,000 li seemed to have been hit by a giant hand, shaking violently. With a thunderous roar that was not inferior to thunder, the blood river was torn apart, the demonic chi was torn apart, and countless demon kings were also turned into dust. Compared to the previous probing, the real battle between the man and the demon emperor caused both of them to be on guard. Looking at the sharpness of the space within 1,000 li, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Woo! Several mu of Jinqi gushed out again, crashing into the void. At this time, the void was even more complicated than a maze, but under the guidance of Xiaohua's divine sense, the giant hand easily found the demon emperor's position. Die! Xiaohua roared. His Jinqi rushed out of the void, turning into a fist and smashing towards the demon emperor's heart. Xiaohua's divine ability, which was similar to the hand of a nascent soul, was a fusion of Daoist magic and the innate energy of a Confucian cultivator. As soon as his fist landed, the devilish flame around the devil emperor's body was extinguished, and the devilish energy was blown away. In the blink of an eye, the fist hit the thousands of dark devilish runes in the devil emperor's heart. At this time, the devil emperor had just broken his devil arm and had yet to recover from his shock. What he didn't expect was that Xiaohua's hand would be able to cross the shattered void and attack him. Boom! The fist landed, and the space around the devil emperor's body was sealed. Thousands of devil runes scattered in the air, and the fist smashed into the devil emperor's chest while the devil emperor was dumbfounded. Even a wave of awe-inspiring chi condensed into a crystal thread and crazily crashed into the demon emperor's body. Fa! Demon Emperor, Demon Emperor. Xiaohua sneered, raising his head and roaring, "You're only a so-so." Then, Xiaohua's body suddenly leaned forward and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing into the broken void. The void was also strangely divided into two halves by the lightning. Waves of heaven and earth yuan qi and awe-inspiring qi madly converged into the torrent of lightning. After a few breaths, the lightning appeared above the demon emperor's head. At this time, the Demon Emperor was urging the bloodlight and demonic flames around him to rush out, trying his best to resist the awe-inspiring crystal thread. Seeing the lightning about to hit him, he was shocked. Go to hell! Xiaohua's angry roar came out from the lightning. It was like a thunderbolt from the ninth heaven. The lightning turned into a spear and directly stabbed into the Demon Emperor's head. The Demon Emperor's shoulders grew several demonic arms to block the attack. Those demonic weapons wanted to knock the lightning away, but the demonic weapons and arms were more or less turned into rotten wood under the lightning. Boom! The lightning spear pierced through the Demon Emperor's body. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, flipping over thousands of miles of space. Lu Wuxia, who had just activated her magic treasure to kill hundreds of demon kings, had an indescribable look of surprise in her eyes. She quickly rushed to the edge of the blood array. The Demon Emperor had fallen, and the entire blood array was collapsing. Countless demons wailed, and their bodies exploded like flies. Humph! Xiaohua's figure appeared in the sky above where the Devil Emperor had exploded like a thunder god. He methodically withdrew his divine sense and coldly snorted with disdain. The Devil Emperor is only so-so. Ouch, not good. It was also at this time that Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. It wasn't like he hadn't fought the Demon Emperor before. The Demon Emperor's strength was unparalleled, and although his divine ability could match the Demon Emperor's, without the help of the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, the soul cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddha Bodhi, there was no way he could kill the Demon Emperor. It had only been a dozen or so years, and although he had tempered his Tao heart in the heavenly demon illusion, his strength had improved after the reconstruction of his profound energy, but it should have been impossible for him to improve to this extent. The difference in strength between the two demon emperors couldn't be that big. When he thought up to this point, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the zombie devil race that Yun Che had mentioned. It was a race that could easily wipe out an entire sect with a single devil sovereign. Lightning appeared on his body again, and he hastily opened his delusion breaker eye. Unfortunately, Xiaohua woke up too late. His body had just moved when an indescribable pain immediately appeared on his back. He couldn't help but howl as the feeling of his soul being burned directly. However, between life and death, how could Xiaohua dare to be negligent? The true energy in his body surged, and his entire body shot forward. He didn't care whether he could teleport or not in the space lock. The tricolored spiritual fire gushed out like a flood and swept out behind him. Oh! An incomparably ethereal voice came from behind Xiaohua. This voice sounded like thunder in Xiaohua's ears. Even when Xiaohua was teleporting, countless streams of light flashed in front of his eyes. The scene of him killing the Demon Emperor turned into images and shattered in these streams of light. Illusion. Illusion. Motherfucker, this Xiao has fallen into the devil race's trap again. Xiaohua couldn't help but howl madly in his heart. When did the devil race become more cunning than the dragon race? How could Xiaohua not understand at this point? It wasn't just a single devil emperor that had surrounded the Misty School. The devil race was planning to eliminate the entire Misty School in one fell swoop, and this time, 2 devil emperors had come. The devil emperor he was facing had attracted his and Lu Wuxia's attention, and the other zombie devil emperor was hiding in the void, preparing to assassinate them. Chapter 4140. Of course, the 2 demon emperors were planning to kill Lu Wuxia in a short period of time and exterminate the Misty School. They were planning to retreat before the conference hall could send their troops over. Xiaohua even felt that if he hadn't visited the Misty School, the 2 demon emperors would have pursued Lu Wuxia to the Shindao sect after she was killed by the 2 demon emperors, putting the false and the real in place. This kind of brilliant strategy, Xiaohua admitted that he absolutely could not do it. After consuming nearly half of his true essence to activate the spirit fire, Xiaohua was finally able to extricate himself from a hopeless situation. When he reappeared in midair, he saw Lu Wuxia brandishing her magic treasure to kill a group of devils. Moreover, with a wave of her hand, a disc-shaped magic treasure flew out from her Sumra ring and transformed into a huge ring to protect herself. Xiaohua staggered in mid-air and tried his best to stabilize himself. His back, which was several hundred feet wide, was full of bloody marks. These marks were like demons, crazily devouring Xiaohua's flesh. Between the bloody marks, there were slightly glowing demon patterns that flashed from time to time. Xiaohua urged his Xiantianjin Yuan to fight against the demon blood and demon patterns. At the same time, he was thinking about whether he should use his own demon qi. However, seeing that the strange demon patterns in his Xiantianjin Yuan were equally matched, and he could only stop the demon patterns from invading his bloodline, he knew that the demon patterns were of a higher level than his demon qi. If he used his demon qi, he would probably end up in a situation where he had to save himself. Xiaohua slowly turned around, his eyes filled with anger. This was the second time he fell into the illusion of the demon race in the ruins. Speaking of which, it was really embarrassing. However, when he turned around and saw everything in front of him, Xiaohua's anger dissipated a little. Standing in mid-air was a human figure that was several hundred feet tall. This human figure was different from ordinary cultivators. It had 2 heads and 4 arms. Facing Xiaohua was a very simple face with 2 slanted eyebrows and a pair of starry eyes. The 4 arms were holding 4 strange magical weapons. The 2 strange people's bodies emitted a dark gold color, and strange runes were engraved in this dark gold color. From this rune, Xiaohua felt an indescribable primordial aura. When Xiaohua saw this strange person, he immediately thought of the 3-headed and 6-armed celestial in his space. At this moment, the strange man's body was being burned by the tricolored spirit fire. The strange man's nose spewed out a dual-colored glow, and when the glow entered the spirit fire, it caused the spirit fire to burn even more fiercely. Seeing that the runes on the strange man's body were about to melt in the spirit fire, the strange man punched himself in the chest. Pfft. Demonic qi surged as demonic blood landed on the spirit fire. Sizzle. With a violent sound, the spirit fire suddenly dimmed, but immediately after, the strange man's body burned even faster, and the spirit fire lit up again. Woo! A gust of wind that was even louder than the demonic drum sounded from the top of the monster's head. Immediately, a blood shadow spurted out. The blood river and demonic qi happily rushed into the blood shadow. A blood cocoon that looked like a worm appeared in the air. This blood cocoon was constantly shaking, and from time to time, demonic heads would pop out from the blood cocoon. However, the blood cocoon did not have a fixed shape. Xiaohua's gaze landed on the blood cocoon. A demonic qi that was even more powerful than the previous demonic emperor was emitting from the blood. Needless to say, this blood cocoon was definitely another demonic emperor. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. He circulated his Jin qi to resist the demonic qi on his back as he thought of a way to defeat the enemy. The 2-headed, 4-armed zombie that had just been tossed aside by the zombie sovereign had also gradually melted into a copper-colored liquid that was being absorbed by the spirit flames. Kakaka. At this moment, the demonic emperor that had one of its legs chopped off by Xiaohua, but had actually dodged Xiaohua's attacks during the battle, laughed coldly. Its bloodthirsty demonic qi swept past Xiaohua and landed on Lu Wuxia. Then, it raised its demonic arms and flapped its wings. Several spatial rifts that looked like spatial storms appeared and thousands of black demonic balls shot towards Lu Wuxia. When Lu Wuxia saw that the demonic emperor was attacking her alone, a look of desperation appeared on her face. She opened her mouth and a green light the size of a fist flew out. It was a flat seed that landed in the air. Lu Wuxia then slapped the top of her head and her Jin Qi surged into the sky. When the Jin Qi returned to the ground, her body expanded rapidly. At the same time, she rubbed her hands together and fist-sized crystals fell into the seed. Then, she started chanting and a powerful qi rushed into the seed as well. A green light that was as bright as the sun shone from the seed. Lu Wuxia chanted, "The beginning of life, the beginning of power, the heaven and earth are righteous, the gods and demons are without evil." Boom! Another surge of energy that was hidden in the river gushed out from the ground. It pierced through heaven and earth and landed on the seed that was now 100 mu in size. Lu Wuxia slowly raised her hands as if she was really pushing the sun. Woo! The seed made a whimpering sound as it flew towards the Demon King's spatial storm. Every inch the seed flew forward, the green light would grow by 1 foot. When it collided with the Demon King's attack, the green light had already turned into a vine that was tens of thousands of feet long. It swept towards the spatial storm that could tear everything apart. After the seed, Lu Wuxia raised her hand and the tree branch magic treasure transformed into a wooden sword that was thousands of feet long. Countless strange flowers and plants bloomed on the blade of the wooden sword. Another rumbling sound rang out and Lu Wuxia's body began to glow. A yuan spirit projection emerged from her body and landed outside of her body. It waved the wooden sword and stabbed towards the demonic emperor's heart. Lu Wuxia and the demonic emperor were locked in battle. Xiaohua also moved because he could see that many zombie cultivators had appeared near the space where the demonic emperor was. These zombie cultivators were either in human form or beast form. There were even many that were half human and half beast. These zombies had tough bodies and were much more powerful than the demonic emperor from before. The stalemate between the Misty School and the demonic emperor was broken in an instant. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he couldn't kill the demonic emperor, then the demonic emperor behind him would kill Lu Wuxia. Without Lu Wuxia, not only would the Misty School be destroyed by the demonic emperor, even he might not be able to escape from the encirclement of 2 demonic emperors. However, before Xiaohua could fly a few li, the demonic emperor's body suddenly shone with a bloody light. A body that was thousands of feet long appeared in the air. This body wasn't humanoid. It had 3 arms and 2 legs, and it didn't have a head. Each of the 3 arms held a demonic spear, a demonic hammer, and a demonic shield. On the surface of the body, just like the shell of the 4 arms, there were also faint golden runes. The aura of desolation came from these runes. Damn it, how many celestial bodies did this demonic emperor take care of? Xiaohua cursed inwardly. He raised his hand and activated the Kunlun mirror. However, just as the light from the Kunlun mirror flew out, the demonic emperor's bloodstained body flashed in the air and entered the headless body. The demonic emperor's aura suddenly surged and a pitch-black demonic qi appeared on the demonic shield, blocking the light from the Kunlun mirror. Boom! More than half of the demonic qi on the demonic shield was destroyed. However, after the demonic qi disappeared, strange patterns appeared. These patterns were either spinning or trembling. Although the light from the Kunlun mirror rushed into the weak spots of the patterns, in front of these patterns, the light from the Kunlun mirror was clearly weak and powerless. It actually couldn't break through the demonic shield. This is bad. Seeing how powerful the demonic shield was, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel that things were not good. After all, this headless demonic emperor was holding 3 demonic weapons. If he couldn't break through this demonic shield, then wouldn't the other 2 be as powerful as this demonic shield? Although his Kunlun mirror had been refined to the spiritual treasure realm, compared to these unknown weapons from the upper realm, there was still a gap. Seeing that the Kunlun mirror was useless, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to point his finger again. Shua! The Tingjiao shears flashed in the air and shot towards the demonic emperor. Goo goo! The demonic emperor didn't know where the sound came from. The demonic weapon in one of its hands was raised in the air. A similarly dazzling golden spear roared and soared into the sky. The previously torn space was once again pierced through by this demonic spear. Caw! The Tingjiao shears landed on the demonic weapon. The two golden lights were annihilated at the same time. Moreover, within the spear's shadow, a thin pitch-black demonic chi was born. This demonic chi was like a hibernating viper. Before it could awaken, it was cut in half by the Tingjiao shears. Even though the demonic chi was removed from the golden spear, although it was still as strong as before, on the body of the spear, a thin crack extended from the tip to the end of the spear. It was neatly cut in half. A fox borrowing the tiger's might. Xiaohua looked at the demonic emperor like a tiger facing a hedgehog. He didn't know how to attack. Whether it was the demonic shield or the demonic spear, it was not the demonic emperor's own divine ability that blocked Xiaohua's divine ability. Hee. A loud voice sounded from the demonic emperor. Daoist Master Xiao, don't worry. I will let you see this emperor's ability, then let's do it now. Xiaohua roared and put away the Kunlun mirror and the Tingjiao shears. His whole body turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the broken space, taking out the wishful staff. Boom! Where the wishful staff fell, the unstable void shook. The demonic emperor was not afraid. The demonic hammer and demonic spear danced and fought with Xiaohua's wishful staff. At this time, Xiaohua's wishful staff was very different from before. Although it had not really broken away from the five elements, every time it danced, it set off a kind of spatial power. Where the wind rose, the staff's shadow was heavy. Within hundreds of miles, it was filled with a murderous aura. The demonic spear, demonic hammer, and demonic shield in the hands of the demonic emperor were also very orderly. In the face of Xiaohua's storm-like attacks, the demonic spear responded, the demonic hammer struck, and even the demonic shield defended. The moves were also very clever and orderly. Chapter 41-41. Not good. This bastard's intention is to delay this Xiao. Xiaohua saw that the demon emperor was very cautious in his attacks, and that Lu Wuxie was at a disadvantage in the battle with the other demon emperor. He immediately understood the plan of the two demon emperors. He wants to wait for the other demon emperor to kill Lu Wuxie and then deal with this Xiao together. No, I must make the first move. Xiaohua made up his mind and his figure got closer. The attack of the wishful steel staff increased by a few points. Seeing that he was close to the demon emperor, Xiaohua's left hand loosened, and the staff was transferred to his right hand. However, the staff still struck down like a mountain. But just as Xiaohua was about to take out his trump card, the headless celestial zombie's chest suddenly overflowed with an obscure fluctuation. This fluctuation was very strange, and in an instant, it enveloped an area of 1,000 li, as if it completely ignored the distance between them. Xiaohua, who was closing in on the demon emperor, was naturally within this range. Paw 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 paw. There were thousands of other zombies within this 1,000 li, but after the fluctuation passed, these zombies exploded, and clouds of blood mist flew out from these zombies, which did not have any blood essence, and turned into different phantoms that fell around the headless celestial zombie. Looking at Xiaohua again, there was a cluster of fine dust in front of him, as if space had been shattered. Then, Xiaohua only felt the blood vessels in his body suddenly tighten, as if a big hand had grabbed his blood vessels out of thin air. Then, his whole blood vessels began to burn, and not only did the blood flow speed up, but the blood vessels also began to go berserk, causing Xiaohua's body to swell and explode. A blood vessel phantom was born in Xiaohua's body, and it struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the shackles of his body and blood vessels. Damn it, this is blood power. Sensing the slightly familiar power, Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, and then, he was greatly alarmed. At the same time, the demonic qi that Xiaohua had previously used his Xiantianjin qi to resist once again started to wreak havoc. It was as if thousands of bloodthirsty demons were madly gnawing at Xiaohua's body, trying their best to break through the blockade of Xiaohua's Xiantianjin qi and merge with Xiaohua's almost boiling blood phantom. Is this the legendary pincer attack? Xiaohua sneered and charged towards the headless celestial zombie. Green light flashed between his eyebrows and tens of thousands of soul strands fell into Xiaohua's body. Tiny green seal characters also flew into Xiaohua's blood vessels. Xiaohua's blood vessels gradually calmed down and the blood vessels phantom also quickly disappeared. Not only that, but the green seal text also emitted a ghostly chanting sound. The indescribable ripples traveled back to where the previous ripples had come from, quickly transcending space and landing on the Deva zombie. Green light flashed, and the strange magical symbols on the Deva zombie's body shattered. Then, thumb-sized bubbles burst out of its fleshly body. These bubbles were blocked by the runes on the surface of its body, but the bubbles rose and fell in many places, making the celestial zombie look like a toad. A vague shadow floated up from the bubbles. The shadow was as anxious as a suffocating creature that had just escaped from deep water. Human. You, how do you know how to swallow blood and control essence? The headless celestial zombie let out a thunderous sound, and there was a lot of surprise in its voice. Boom. At this time, the wishful steel staff collided with the demonic spear, and the force of the collision rose again. Xiaohua's Dharma body only shook slightly. With a wave of his left hand, the demonic slaughter blade was waiting for an opportunity to attack, and Xiaohua's golden body began to emit wisps of black gas. Woo! A fierce wind whistling sound suddenly appeared at this time. Xiaohua was stunned and sent out his divine sense. He saw that the demon emperor, who was originally rushing towards Lu Wuxia, had abandoned Xiaohua. The space around the huge demonic body was extremely distorted, and with a flash of light and darkness, the demon emperor had already appeared above Xiaohua's head. Hundreds of white-boned claws stretched out from the demonic body and rushed towards Xiaohua's back. The spread of the demonic wings set off a monstrous amount of demonic qi that turned into countless arrows that also shot towards Xiaohua's back. Damn it! It turns out that this demon emperor is proficient in spatial magic. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and was actually killed by these white bones and demonic qi arrows. Seeing that the demon emperor ignored thousands of miles of space and squeezed out of the void, how could he not know that this was a trick of two demon emperors? Now his strength was not even comparable to one demon emperor, and under the attack of two demon emperors, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for long. However, Xiaohua was shocked and sneered, secretly thinking, if you two demon emperors attack Lu Wuxia at the same time, I'm afraid you would really succeed. But if you use these methods to bully this Xiao, you will go for wool and come home shorn. Just as he was thinking, the headless celestial zombie cooperated with the other demon emperor, and the celestial body suddenly elongated. At the same time, the demonic shield was raised to block the wishful steel staff, and the demonic spear and hammer pierced through the sky, falling in the direction that Xiaohua had to hide. Woo-woo. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, and immediately tens of thousands of small whirlwinds appeared around his body. Not only was the surrounding blood river attracted by these whirlwinds, but also a large amount of demonic qi was sucked in. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by a demonic helmet unique to ordinary demons. Seeing that Xiaohua had actually turned into a demon, the two demon emperors were slightly stunned. They naturally knew that Xiaohua had a demon spirit around him, but they did not expect that Xiaohua could use demonic arts. Moreover, in the face of the headless celestial zombie in front of him and the mountain-like white bones of the demon emperor behind him, Xiaohua was as steady as a rock. He waved his left hand steadily. Shua. First, it was like nibbling mulberry leaves, extremely subtle, and then it was like a small bridge, sweetly entering the ear. When the blade light like a horse appeared in front of the headless celestial zombie, the monstrous demonic flame had already rushed out from the demonic blade like a stormy sea towards the demon emperor. Boom! In the wild roar, all the blood-red and demonic qi were overshadowed by this demonic blade. Kill! Kill! This is the demonic blade kill. The headless celestial zombie faced the demonic blade directly. He was most aware of the aura of the demonic blade that could kill him. He could not help but shout wildly, "Where did you get this thing? You, which demon emperor are you?" Unfortunately, Xiaohua could answer his question. The demonic blade was like the wind, and the demonic flame was like a tidal wave. Boom! As the demonic spear and the demonic hammer were chopped into two halves, even half of the headless celestial zombie's body turned yellow and white inch by inch. In the end, it turned into white bones and fell out of thin air. What was special was that the phantom of the demon emperor was withdrawn from the white bones where the demonic blade passed. Ao. The demon emperor struggled to escape, and a blood shadow fell into the demonic blade. When the blood shadow was withdrawn, the demon emperor's blood shadow had already disappeared in the void. This demon emperor's escape technique was not inferior to Xiaohua's in the slightest. Caw. At the same time Xiaohua injured the demon emperor, the space behind Xiaohua was shattered by the other demon emperor's white bones. The demonic qi on Xiaohua's back suddenly surged, and half of his body was torn apart by the white bones. Xiaohua's demonic body trembled madly again, and his demonic qi surged madly. Xiaohua suddenly turned his head, his blood-red eyes filled with anger. He was clear in his heart that his profound qi had just been replenished, and it was really not good for him to use the demonic blade too much. However, this demon emperor was really hateful. He had schemed against him time and time again. If he did not teach him a lesson, Xiaohua would not be reconciled. Place me in the land of death and then live. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. Woo! The demonic wave rose again, surging violently towards the thousands of white bones. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Like the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting, these white bones collapsed incomparably under the demonic blade. Damn it! Xiaohua actually has the demonic blade kill. TSK, you actually did not explain it to this emperor. When this emperor returns, this emperor will definitely not let you off. The demon emperor originally wanted to sneak attack Xiaohua and seize the opportunity to obtain the demonic blade. However, when he saw how powerful the demonic blade was, which was even more powerful than he had imagined, the demon emperor howled in grief. He spread his wings, and his demonic body flew back into the void. Although the demonic qi of the demonic blade was crazily devouring the demonic arm and other things that the demon emperor had abandoned, it still rushed into the void to pursue the demon emperor. Lu Wuxia was somewhat dumbfounded as she watched everything that was happening in front of her. Her eyes were filled with profound meaning as she looked at Xiaohua's uncontrollable demonic body in midair. She somewhat did not know what to do. However, just as she was in a daze, a demonic palm suddenly reached out from the void. The demon emperor's strange voice rang out, Damn it, if I can't kill Xiao Hua, I have to kill Lu Wuxia no matter what. Otherwise, where will this emperor put his face? The demon emperor's sneak attack was too sudden. Lu Wuxia did not expect the demon emperor to have the heart to attack her after being defeated by Xiao Hua. Her expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly activated her magic treasure to block. Boom! Space shattered as the demonic palm pressed against Lu Wuxia's towering chest. Lu Wuxia's delicate body trembled, and she hurriedly retreated like duckweed. At the same time, a green beam of light descended from her magic treasure, smashing the demonic palm into pieces. The beam of light even chased after the demonic palm and surged towards the demon emperor. Unfortunately, the demon emperor's laughter rang out. His voice had already reached the demonic array. When the space exploded, the demon emperor's demonic arm appeared in the void. It was just a lone demonic arm, the demon emperor had already fled. Damn it! How could Lu Wuxia not know that she had fallen into the demon emperor's trap again? However, her figure flickered twice, and after teleporting towards the demonic array, she reappeared in midair. Her originally delicate face had turned pale. Her strength was originally not comparable to the demon emperor. Even if the demon emperor was injured by Xiao Hua, she was still not his match. Even if she chased after him now, what could she do? Lu Wuxia cursed angrily. Her divine sense swept out, and she hurriedly searched for Xiao Hua. I-oh! Dao Master Xiao! Lu Wuxia's divine sense swept through the demonic array, but Xiao Hua's figure was nowhere to be found. She unconsciously turned pale with fright. Because just before she was injured by the demon emperor, she saw Xiao Hua's demonic saber swing. Although the demonic arm of the demon emperor was destroyed, Xiao Hua's body was filled with demonic qi, and he was sent flying by the backlash of the demonic arm. But now, Xiao Hua's figure had disappeared like a falling leaf. No matter how Lu Wuxia used her divine sense to search, there was no trace of him. Chapter 41-42. What's going on? Lu Wuxia circulated her cultivation to suppress her injuries as she flew towards the Misty School's defensive formation. How could Daoist Xiao have the devil saber? How could he cultivate a devil technique? Could it be, he's a devil? I remember that a cultivator had sent a message saying that there were traces of devils in the fortune gate. Could it be that there's a great scheme behind this? How is this possible? Lu Wuxia was confused and frightened. She suddenly stopped because the two groups of devils that were attacking the Misty School's defensive formation had begun to retreat. The first to disappear was the zombie devil clan. They had already flown away when Lu Wuxia stopped in midair. At this time, the devils that were attacking the Earth Clan's soul condensing formation and heart cleansing winnowing basket array had also slowed down their attacks. Many of them had disappeared into the void. Lu Wuxia heaved a long sigh of relief. She understood that her Misty School had avoided a calamity. The two devil emperors were injured by Xiao Hua's devil saber and did not dare to continue fighting. They had also given up on their plan to exterminate the Misty School. However, her relief only lasted for a moment before she was filled with doubts. If Xiao Hua is a human, how could he control the devil saber? Even if he could control the devil saber, how could he injure two devil emperors in one move? How could he be so strong? If the devil saber is powerful, then how could Xiao Hua control the devil saber that even devil emperors are afraid of? This Xiao Hua, where did he come from? Could it be that he's also a devil emperor? But he's not on the same side as these two devil emperors. At the same time, Lu Wuxia narrowed her eyes and took out a pill from her spatial ring. She watched as the demons retreated, and the river of blood began to flow in reverse within the black demonic array. When the river of blood finally disappeared, the demonic energy within the demonic array turned into demonic clouds that floated in the air. A bright moon appeared in the middle of the demonic clouds, and the moonlight sprinkled down like water. The moonlight fell on Lu Wuxia's body, and also on the Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation. The Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation of the Misty Sect did not fall down because of the retreat of the demons. Instead, some disciples flew out from the protection of the Earth Clan Soul Consolidating Formation and patrolled the area. Several young men and women flew out and arrived beside Lu Wuxia. They bowed and said, "Sect Master." Lu Wuxia retracted her gaze from the moonlight and looked at them. "You all saw it." The few men and women looked at each other and exchanged glances. Naturally, they understood what Lu Wuxia was asking. They replied in unison, reporting to sect leader, "We can all see it clearly." "What do you all think, this?" The group of cultivators hesitated, not daring to speak casually. "Tell me," Lu Wuxia ordered. Everyone looked at the man in front of them. The man hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm very conflicted. I can't tell the truth of the matter, and I don't know if there's a bigger conspiracy behind it. After all, no matter what Daoist Xiao's background is, no matter if he's a devil or not, his arrival saved our Misty School. If it weren't for him today, the Misty School wouldn't have been so simple." "Not necessarily," a woman hurriedly said. "With Sect Master's divine ability and the sect-protecting formation of our Misty School, not to mention 2 Devil Emperors, even 3 Devil Emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to our Misty School." "That's right," a woman also shouted. "Xiao Hua should be a spy for the Devil Emperors." "They have a bigger conspiracy and might use it as an opportunity to destroy our ruins. Junior Sisterine, you're too big-breasted and brainless," a man with a yellow face and bloodstains all over his body said coldly. "If Daoist Xiao is a spy, when he entered our Misty School, he had plenty of chances to sneak attack Sect Master. Besides, if he's a Devil Emperor, why did he risk his life to protect our Misty School? My ethereal sect was already on the brink of destruction. If the 2 Devil Emperors just slightly urged the Devil race to attack, the Earth Soul Condensing Formation would definitely collapse." "Senior Brother Zhou, what do you mean?" Junior Sister Yin said angrily. "Could it be that you're also a spy for the Devil race? Take a look, Xiao Hua used the Devil Saber and already transformed into a devil body. Even if Daoist Xiao is a devil, he's still a devil god protecting us human cultivators." Senior Brother Zhou shouted. "When have you ever seen a human protecting a pig?" Junior Sister Yin sneered. "Don't forget that we humans are food for the devil race." "Sigh, shut up." Lu Wuxia sighed. "Vice Sect Master Lien, I was seriously injured in the fight with the Devil Emperor. Right now, I need to go into seclusion to recuperate. You'll be in charge of the sect's affairs for now. If there's anything difficult to deal with, you can report to me." "Yes," this subordinate obeys. The man in front bowed. However, a moment later, he asked in a low voice, "About Xiao Hua. Things will come to light eventually." Lu Wuxia's face showed a sense of helplessness. She waved her hand and said, "I'll just do my own thing. I won't listen, I won't believe, and I won't spread the news." "Yes, this subordinate understands." Vice Sect Master Lien nodded. "This subordinate will contact the conference hall and explain what happened here. Do as you wish." Lu Wuxia's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. However, her voice remained in the distance. "I need to go into seclusion. Respectfully see you off, Sect Master. I hope you'll be able to come out of seclusion soon." The group of male and female cultivators bowed. After Lu Wuxia left, Vice Sect Master Lien hesitated for a moment. He looked around and asked, "Did you see where Xiaohua went?" "Senior Brother Lien." Several people shook their heads. In the end, the cultivator surnamed Zhou opened his mouth and said, "At that time, this disciple was fighting against an enemy." However, Daoist Zhao's attack was truly awe-inspiring. When this disciple killed that zombie, I also saw Daoist Zhao's demonic body. However, after that, demonic energy surged and the blood river became chaotic. As for where Daoist Zhao went, I don't know. Two great demon emperors attacked him from both sides. Vice Sect Master Lien shook his head regretfully. Even if Xiaohua was a celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to survive. This was originally a trap. Xiaohua naturally left with the demon race. The big-breasted but brainless junior sister Yin jumped out and shouted again. Unfortunately, this time, no one echoed her. Lu Wuxia had already left. Who would want to show off too much? Besides, no one knew whether Xiaohua was a demon or not. If there was some kind of conspiracy, Xiaohua wouldn't have escaped with the 2 demon emperors. After all, the demon saber had clearly wounded the 2 demon emperors when it had been activated. The dozen or so Misty School cultivators discussed for a moment. They waited for the demon formation in the sky to slowly disperse. The rich and fresh world's origin chi madly swept in, gradually blowing away the blood and killing intent within a radius of 10,000 li. In this life and death battle, countless human cultivators had died. Similarly, the number of demon race cultivators who died in Ping River was also extremely high. However, the Misty School had finally survived the most critical moment. With the descent of the starlight, all signs of life were reborn. The Earth Soul Condensing Formation and Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation didn't immediately disperse. Instead, with the influx of World's Origin Chi, they became even more powerful. More than 10 fortresses were entangled by water dragons, cruising thousands of li away. Seeing this, the dozen or so Misty School cultivators flew to various places under the command of Vice Head Lien. The entire Misty School gradually returned to normal order. As for Xiaohua, his situation was far worse than what these Misty School cultivators had expected. Xiaohua didn't know the origin of the demon saber, but he was very clear in his heart. When the 3 demon emperors saw the demon saber, their expressions all changed. Even the heavenly demon coveted this demon saber. How could the origin of this demon saber be simple? Moreover, every time Xiaohua activated the demon saber, he would be devoured by the demonic nature within the demon saber. This demonic nature was a great supplement to the demon race, but it was also a great harm to the human race. Therefore, with the existence of the demon spirit Xiaohua in Xiaohua's body, every time the demonic nature devoured him, Xiaohua would deliberately guide it into the demon spirit Xiaohua's body to eliminate the effects on himself. But even so, what kind of demon saber was a demon weapon? How could a simple guide method eliminate the demonic nature? Although the demon spirit Xiaohua could obtain the majority of the demonic nature that was harmful to the human race was still engraved in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua himself said that every time he activated the demon saber, he would be a bit further away from the human world. Therefore, unless Xiaohua had no other choice, he would never use the demon saber. Even if he used the demon saber, he would only let the demon spirit Xiaohua activate it. He would never interfere. When he was training in the folded jadeite forgotten land of the Dragon Island, Xiaohua coincidentally borrowed the power of the Dragon Domain to reconstruct his Dao realm. His Dao heart was also cleansed. It seemed like the demonic marks from before had already been eliminated, but the demonic nature in his heart had not completely disappeared. Ever since he arrived at the ruins, Xiaohua had already brandished the demon saber several times. Especially when he escaped from the heavenly demon's fantasy land, he brandished the demon saber twice in a row when his profound qi was almost exhausted. At that time, the demon spirit Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers were separated from Xiaohua's body. The backlash from brandishing the demon saber twice was like a carving knife that engraved the demonic marks in Xiaohua's heart. Therefore, after Xiaohua escaped, he immediately went into seclusion. He wanted to find a remedy from the heavenly demon's profound qi. And this time, when Xiaohua visited the Misty School, he once again encountered the two demon emperors joining hands to destroy the Misty School. Helpless, Xiaohua brandished the demon saber again. These two attacks were admittedly injuring the demon emperors, but the damage to Xiaohua's heart was not any lighter than the two demon emperors. Furthermore, the counterattack of the demon emperor, who had the white bone demon arm and the innate space ability, after the white bone demon arm was destroyed, stimulated the demonic nature in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua's heavenly embodiment Earth Golden Body was quickly withdrawn. At the same time, his entire body drifted like a fallen leaf. The demon blood armor condensed from demonic qi absorbed the demonic blood and demonic flame from the demonic qi in the blood river of the demon race. Xiaohua even unconsciously took out the two demon hammers. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.